What if Harry Potter was never raised by humans? What if a god raised him instead? Taken by Loki, Harry is trained not in spells, but in deception, strategy, and control. Magic becomes a weapon. Silence becomes strength. This is not the boy who lived. This is Harry Potter, raised by Loki.
The wooden training sword cracked against Hadrian's ribs hard enough to make him taste copper. He stumbled back, boots scraping against the golden stone of the training grounds, and barely got his own blade up in time to deflect the second strike. Lady Sif didn't wait for him to recover. She never did. Her practice sword whistled through the air, where his head had been half a heartbeat ago, and Hadrian felt the wind of it brush his ear as he ducked. "Your guard is sloppy," Sif said, pressing forward with another combination. High strike, low strike, thrust toward his center mass. "You telegraph your movements." Hadrian parried the first two and sidestepped the thrust, but she was already spinning into a backhand that caught him across the shoulder. Pain flared down his arm. He gritted his teeth and refused to drop his weapon. "I don't telegraph," he managed between breaths. His heart was hammering against his ribs and sweat was running into his eyes, stinging. The afternoon sun blazed overhead, turning the training grounds into a furnace. "You're just annoyingly fast." Sif's lips twitched. Almost a smile. "Excuses are for the dead, young prince." She came at him again, and this time Hadrian didn't try to block. He let her blade slide past his guard, close enough that it tore through his training tunic, and stepped inside her reach. His elbow drove toward her sternum. She twisted, caught his arm, and the world spun as she threw him. Hadrian hit the ground with a grunt. All the air rushed out of his lungs. He lay there for a moment, staring up at the impossibly blue sky of Asgard, and wondered if his spine was still in one piece. "Better," Sif said from somewhere above him. Sloppy execution, but the instinct was correct. Close the distance against a superior opponent. Make them fight on your terms. "Wonderful," Hadrian wheezed. "I'll remember that next time I'm eating dirt." A slow clap echoed across the training grounds. Hadrian didn't need to look to know who it was. He could feel the familiar prickle of magic, the faint scent of winter and old books that always seemed to follow his father around. "A valiant effort," Loki said, and there was laughter in his voice. The kind of laughter that meant he was either amused or about to say something cutting, usually both. "Though I do wonder if your strategy was to bore Lady Sif to death by lying there and refusing to get up." Hadrian pushed himself onto his elbows and glared across the training grounds. His father stood at the edge of the sparring circle, dressed in his usual green and black leathers, arms crossed over his chest. The golden light of Asgard made his pale features look almost warm. Almost. "I was taking a tactical pause," Hadrian said, "recovering my strength before the next engagement." "Is that what they're calling it now?" Loki raised an eyebrow. "In my day, we simply called it losing." "With respect," Lady Sif said, and there was a note of dry amusement in her voice. "The boy has improved considerably over the past 3 years. He's quicker than most of the new recruits. Thinks on his feet. A praise indeed." Loki's tone suggested it was anything but. He uncrossed his arms and walked into the sparring circle, each step measured and deliberate. "Tell me, my son, what did you do wrong?" Hadrian climbed to his feet, wincing at the ache in his ribs. Tomorrow he'd have a bruise the size of his fist. "I telegraphed my movements." According to Lady Sif. According to Lady Sif. Loki stopped in front of him, close enough that Hadrian had to tilt his head back to meet his father's eyes. Green eyes, sharp and cold, and always calculating. Eyes that saw through every lie except the ones they chose to tell. And what do you say? This was a test. Everything with Loki was a test. Hadrian had learned that lesson early, back when he was small enough that his father had to kneel to speak to him face to face. Learn to see the trap before you step in it, Loki had told him once. And if you can't see it, assume there's one anyway. I was too aggressive, Hadrian said slowly, thinking it through. I saw an opening, and I took it without considering whether it was real or a feint. Lady Sif baited me. Sif made a soft sound that might have been approval. Loki's expression didn't change. And what should you have done instead? Created my own opening. Made her react to me instead of the other way around. Now Loki smiled. It was a thin thing, barely there. But Hadrian had learned to read his father's expressions the way sailors read the sky. That particular smile meant he'd gotten something right. Better, Loki said. Perhaps you aren't entirely hopeless after all. High praise indeed, Hadrian echoed, and was rewarded with a flicker of amusement in his father's eyes. They walked back toward the palace together, leaving Lady Sif to continue drilling the newer recruits. Hadrian's muscles ached with every step, but he kept his back straight and his pace steady. Pain was a message Loki had taught him. You could choose whether to listen to it. The palace of Asgard rose before them like something out of a fever dream, all golden spires and soaring bridges and waterfalls that plunged into the endless void beyond the Rainbow Bridge. Hadrian had grown up in these halls. He knew every corridor, every hidden passage, every servant's entrance and forgotten stairwell. This was home. But sometimes, usually late at night when the dreams came, he remembered another place. Small and dark and cramped, with the smell of dust and the sound of locks clicking shut. He didn't know if those memories were real or just his imagination filling in the gaps of a story he'd been told. Loki never spoke of the time before. The time when Hadrian had been someone else. You're brooding, Loki said, not looking at him. It's unbecoming. I'm not brooding, I'm thinking. Is there a difference? Hadrian opened his mouth to answer. But they'd reached the doors to the throne room, and the guards were already pushing them open. The sound of voices washed over him. Dozens of conversations happening at once, and he felt the shift in Loki's posture beside him. Subtle, but unmistakable, his father's shoulders drew back. His chin lifted, the mask of the prince settling into place. Hadrian did the same. He'd learned that mask from Loki, just like everything else. The throne room was crowded with courtiers and warriors, the usual afternoon circus of nobles jockeying for position and influence. At the far end of the hall, on a throne that seemed carved from solid gold, sat Odin All-Father. His one good eye swept across the room, missing nothing. And Hadrian felt the weight of that gaze like a physical pressure against his chest. He'd never liked Odin. The old king looked at him the same way you might look at a stray dog that had wandered into your home. Tolerated, but never truly welcome. Thor stood beside the throne, golden hair gleaming, hammer at his hip. He caught Hadrian's eye and grinned, wide and genuine, and Hadrian felt some of the tension in his shoulders ease. Thor, at least, had always been kind to him. Loud and sometimes oblivious, but kind. Loki. Odin's voice cut through the noise of the court like a blade through silk. Approach. The courtiers fell silent. Hadrian saw the way they looked at his father, saw the mixture of wariness and contempt in their eyes. Loki was never popular at court. Too clever by half, they whispered. Too tricky. You never knew which face was real. They walked the length of the throne room together, and Hadrian kept his eyes forward and his expression neutral. Whatever this was about, he had a feeling he wasn't going to like it. Loki stopped at the foot of the throne and inclined his head. Not a bow, not quite, but close enough to satisfy the demands of protocol. Father, you summoned me. I did. Odin leaned forward, and his single eye fixed on Hadrian. Both of you. A cold feeling settled in Hadrian's stomach. He'd been summoned by the All-Father exactly 3 times in his life. The first was when Loki had formally presented him to the court as his ward. The second was when he'd accidentally set fire to a wing of the library while practicing conjuration. The third was now. None of those occasions had ended well. The boy, Odin said, his 15th year approaches. It does, Loki agreed. His tone was carefully neutral. Another few months. He has been raised in Asgard, trained as an Asgardian. He has learned our ways and our magics. Odin's gaze hadn't left Hadrian's face. But he is not Asgardian. He is Midgardian, and there is a destiny waiting for him on that realm. Hadrian's hands curled into fists at his sides. He knew what was coming. He'd known on some level ever since Loki had first told him the truth about where he came from. About what he was. About the scar on his forehead, and the dark wizard who had tried to kill him, and the prophecy that bound their fates together. The True Wizard Tournament, Odin continued, a gathering of magical schools in Midgard. The boy's name was entered into the competition, without his knowledge or consent. An enchantment too powerful to break, even for me. How convenient, Loki murmured. Odin ignored him. He will attend the school called Hogwarts. He will compete in the tournament. And he will fulfill whatever destiny the Norns have woven for him. The words hung in the air like a death sentence. Hadrian felt like the ground had dropped out from beneath his feet, like he was falling, and there was nothing to grab onto. Hogwarts, Midgard, the world he'd left behind as an infant. The world full of weak little wizards with their sticks, and their Latin gibberish and their pathetic, mortal lives. No. The word came out before he could stop it. I won't go. The silence that followed was absolute. Even the courtiers seemed to have stopped breathing. You did not refuse the All-Father. Not in his own throne room. Not in front of the entire court. Odin's eye narrowed. You forget your place, boy. My place is here. Hadrian's heart was racing, his blood pounding in his ears, but he forced his voice to stay steady. I am Hadrian Lokison. I am a prince of Asgard. I will not be sent away like some unwanted stray. Hadrian. Loki's voice was soft, but there was a warning in it. Be silent. No. I won't. Hadrian turned to face his father, and he didn't care that his mask had slipped. Didn't care that the whole court could see the panic and the fury on his face. You taught me to fight for what I want. You taught me to never accept defeat without a battle. Was that all just words? Something flickered in Loki's eyes. Pain, maybe, or pride. Or some complicated mixture of both that Hadrian couldn't untangle. The boy has spirit, Thor said. And there was genuine approval in his voice. I'll give him that. Spirit will not save him from the machinations of Midgardian sorcerers, Odin said flatly, nor from the Dark Lord who seeks his death. He must go. He must learn to navigate their world as he has learned to navigate ours. And he must face the enemy who destroyed his birth parents, Voldemort. Hadrian had heard the name before, whispered in the dark hours of the night, when Loki thought he was asleep, a wizard who had torn his soul apart in pursuit of immortality, a monster who had murdered his mother and father and tried to murder him. The thought of facing that creature made something cold and sharp twist in his chest. Not fear, exactly. Something darker, something hungry. When? Hadrian asked. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, hollow. Tomorrow. Odin rose from his throne, and the weight of his presence seemed to fill the entire hall. The Bifrost will carry you to the school. You will compete in their tournament. You will uncover whoever entered your name and why, and you will return to Asgard when your task is complete, assuming you survive. Assuming you survive. Hadrian wanted to laugh. He wanted to scream. He wanted to blast something with every ounce of magic in his body, until there was nothing left but ash and smoke, and the sweet release of destruction. Instead, he bowed. A proper bow, deep and formal, the way Loki had taught him when he was young, the way you bowed to a king you hated but could not defy. "As the All-Father commands," he said. The words tasted like poison in his mouth. The walk back to Loki's quarters was silent. Hadrian's mind was racing, 1,000 thoughts tangling together until he couldn't separate one from another. Hogwarts, the tournament, Voldemort, his birth parents, dead and buried in a country he barely remembered. Loki didn't speak until they were behind closed doors, away from the prying eyes and listening ears of the court. Then he let out a long breath, and some of the tension drained from his shoulders. "That could have gone better," he said. "I won't apologize. I'm not asking you to." Loki moved to the window, looking out over the gleaming spires of the city. "You spoke honestly. That's more than most people can manage in Odin's presence." Hadrian stared at his father's back. "Did you know that he was going to send me away?" A pause, just long enough to be significant. "I suspected. And you didn't warn me. Would it have changed anything?" Loki turned to face him, and his expression was unreadable. "The enchantment on the tournament is binding. Whoever entered your name wanted to ensure you had no choice. Warning you would have only given you more time to rage against an inevitable outcome. That's not good enough." Hadrian's voice cracked, and he hated himself for it. Hated the weakness it revealed. "You should have told me." Perhaps. Loki crossed the room and placed his hands on Hadrian's shoulders. His grip was firm, grounding. "Listen to me, my son. This is not a defeat. It is an opportunity." An opportunity for what? To be humiliated by a bunch of Midgardian children with sticks. To learn. Loki's eyes were intense, boring into his. To study them. To understand how they think, how they move, how they wield their pathetic little magics. "Knowledge is the greatest weapon, Hadrian. Greater than any sword or spell." "You always say that." "Because it's always true." Loki released his shoulders and stepped back. "The wizards of Midgard are weak. Their magic is rigid, bound by incantations and wand movements. They have no understanding of true sorcery, of the art of bending reality to your will. But they are cunning, in their way, and there is one among them who has evaded death itself for decades. Voldemort." The name hung in the air between them, unspoken but present. "The Dark Lord is not invincible," Loki continued. "He is a mortal who has mutilated his own soul in a desperate bid for immortality. That makes him dangerous, yes, but it also makes him predictable. He fears death above all else. That fear can be exploited." Hadrian's hands were still shaking. He clasped them behind his back to hide the tremor. What about the old man? Dumbledore, the headmaster. You've told me about him. Albus Dumbledore is a more subtle threat. Loki's expression darkened. He believes himself a force for good, which makes him infinitely more dangerous than the Dark Lord. He will try to manipulate you, to shape you into a weapon for his own purposes. He has spent decades playing games of power and influence. He fancies himself a grand master, moving pieces across a board only he can see. And what am I supposed to do about that? Loki smiled. It was not a kind smile. You are my son. You were raised by the god of mischief himself. Let the old man think he is playing you. Let him believe he has the upper hand. And when the moment is right, show him exactly how badly he has underestimated you. Something eased in Hadrian's chest. Not the fear, not entirely, but the sense of helplessness that had been choking him since the throne room. He wasn't being sent away defenseless. He was being deployed. Trust no one, Loki said. Make them fear you, then make them love you. That is how you survive among enemies. That is how you win. Hadrian nodded slowly. And if they try to hurt me, then hurt them back, harder, faster, more permanently. Loki's hand came up to cup his cheek, a gesture so rare and so tender that it made Hadrian's throat tight. You are more than they can imagine, my son. Never let them forget it. The Bifrost was cold. That was the first thing Hadrian noticed as the Rainbow Bridge's light enveloped him. The biting chill that seemed to seep into his bones, despite the protective enchantments woven into his clothes. Heimdall stood at the controls, his golden eyes fixed on some distant point that only he could see. The school is called Hogwarts, Heimdall said, his deep voice rumbling like distant thunder. It lies in the northern reaches of the island called Britain. I will place you as close to the main hall as the wards will allow. Wards, ancient protections. They will resist the Bifrost's intrusion. You may experience some turbulence. That sounded ominous. Hadrian adjusted the leather satchel, slung over his shoulder, checking for the 10th time that his father's parting gifts were still secure. A dagger enchanted to return to his hand when thrown, a mirror for communication, a slim volume of Asgardian spell theory, in case the Midgardian's magic proved even more boring than expected, and his wand, a length of holly and phoenix feather that felt awkward and foreign in his grip, a focusing tool for the weak and undisciplined. Loki had insisted he bring it anyway. Play their games, his father had said. Use their tools. Let them think you are one of them, until you choose to reveal otherwise. Young prince. Heimdall's voice cut through his thoughts. Are you prepared? No, Hadrian wanted to say. I'm not prepared. I don't want to go. I want to stay here in the only home I've ever known, with the only family I've ever had. Yes, he said instead. Do it. Heimdall's sword slid into the control mechanism, and the universe shattered around him. The great hall of Hogwarts was nothing like Hadrian had expected. He'd imagined something grand, something impressive, something that might at least approach the majesty of Asgard's throne room. Instead, he found himself standing in a stone chamber lit by floating candles, surrounded by wooden tables and screaming children, and a ceiling enchanted to look like the night sky. The Bifrost had deposited him directly in the center of the hall. The impact had cracked the stone floor in a spiderweb pattern around his feet, and the shockwave had knocked over several goblets and sent plates clattering to the ground. Smoke curled from his shoulders where the protective enchantments had absorbed the worst of the energy. For a long moment, nobody moved. Hundreds of faces stared at him, mouths hanging open, eyes wide with shock. Hadrian took the opportunity to get his bearings. 4 long tables, each filled with students in color-coded robes. Red and gold, blue and bronze, yellow and black, green and silver. A raised platform at the far end of the hall, where a collection of adults sat watching him with expressions ranging from alarm to naked hostility. And in the center of that platform, an old man with a long white beard and spectacles that did nothing to hide the sharp intelligence in his blue eyes. Dumbledore. Hadrian straightened his spine and let his gaze sweep across the hall, slow and deliberate. He was dressed in Asgardian leather and light armor, green and black like his father's colors, and he knew he looked nothing like the students around him. Good. He wanted to look different. He wanted them to know, from the very first moment, that he was not one of them. "Well," he said, and his voice carried easily through the stunned silence. "This is rather less impressive than I was led to believe." The words broke the spell. Noise erupted from every direction. Students shouting and pointing and demanding to know what was happening. A woman in green robes stood from the head table, her face pale with fury, and started toward him with her wand drawn. "Stay where you are," she commanded. "Who are you? How did you breach the wards?" Hadrian didn't move. He didn't reach for his own wand. He simply watched her approach with the same mild interest he might show a particularly aggressive puppy. "Minerva." Dumbledore's voice was calm, almost gentle, but it cut through the chaos like a knife. "Please, let us not make assumptions." The woman, Minerva, stopped. Her wand was still pointed at his chest, but she made no move to attack. Hadrian noted the tremor in her hand and filed it away for later consideration. Dumbledore rose from his seat and descended from the platform, moving with a grace that belied his age. He stopped a few feet from Hadrian and studied him with those sharp, calculating eyes. And then, so subtle that Hadrian almost missed it, he felt something brush against the edges of his mind. The reaction was immediate and instinctive. His mental defenses, honed through years of training with Loki, slammed into place like castle gates crashing shut. Ice and shadow, his father had taught him. Make your mind a fortress of ice and shadow, and no enemy will ever breach it. Dumbledore's eyebrows rose slightly, just a flicker of surprise, there and gone before anyone else could notice. But Hadrian saw it, and something fierce and satisfied uncurled in his chest. "My apologies," Dumbledore said, and his tone was carefully neutral, a reflexive precaution. "You understand." "I do." Hadrian smiled, showing too many teeth. "Though I would advise against doing it again. My father is rather protective of my mental privacy. He would be displeased to learn that someone had attempted to violate it." "Your father." Dumbledore's gaze flickered to the scar on Hadrian's forehead, barely visible beneath his dark hair. "And who might that be?" "Loki Laufeyson, Prince of Asgard, God of Mischief." Hadrian let the words hang in the air for a moment, watching the confusion spread across the old man's face. "My name is Hadrian, and I believe you have a tournament to run." The silence that followed was different from before. This wasn't shock. This was the silence of people trying very hard to process information that didn't fit into any framework they understood. A red-haired boy at one of the tables leaned toward a bushy-haired girl beside him and whispered, loudly enough for Hadrian to hear, "Did he just say God of Mischief? Like an actual god? Don't be ridiculous, Ron." The girl whispered back, "There's no such thing as gods. It's probably some kind of title or She trailed off as Hadrian's gaze found her. He held her eyes for a long moment, letting a flicker of green energy dance across his fingertips, and watched the blood drain from her face. "Perhaps," Dumbledore said slowly, "we should continue this discussion somewhere more private. The students have had quite enough excitement for one evening." "Perhaps," Hadrian agreed. "But first, I believe there's the matter of my sorting. More confusion. More whispered conversations." Hadrian could feel the weight of hundreds of stares pressing against him, and he let himself bask in it. This was familiar territory. The court of Asgard had prepared him well for audiences. "You're sorting." Dumbledore's confusion seemed genuine. "Mr. Hadrian, I'm afraid I don't understand. You were not scheduled to attend Hogwarts. We received no notification of your arrival. And yet my name was entered into your tournament." Hadrian let a hint of steel creep into his voice. "Without my knowledge or consent, an enchantment binding enough that even the All, Father of Asgard, could not break it. Which means, according to your own rules, I am now a competitor, and competitors must belong to a school." The old man's eyes widened slightly. Understanding dawned behind those half-moon spectacles, and with it, something that might have been respect. "The goblet of fire," he murmured. "Of course. Phileas, if you would please fetch the sorting hat." A tiny man with white hair scrambled away from the head table and disappeared through a side door. Hadrian used the brief pause to study the rest of the staff. A hook-nosed man in black robes was glaring at him with undisguised hatred. A woman covered in shawls and beads was swaying in her seat, mumbling something about the stars aligning. A rough-looking man with a magical eye that spun wildly in its socket was watching him with professional assessment, like a warrior sizing up a potential opponent. The tiny professor returned with a battered, pointed hat balanced on his hands. It looked old and worn and utterly unremarkable, nothing like the enchanted artifacts Hadrian was used to. "The sorting hat," Dumbledore explained, taking the hat with careful reverence. "It will determine which of our 4 houses best suits your temperament and talents. Simply place it on your head and it will do the rest." Hadrian took the hat. It was lighter than he expected, and there was a faint buzz of magic around it, something old and strange and entirely unlike Asgardian sorcery. He settled it onto his head and waited. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then a voice spoke directly into his mind, and Hadrian had to fight not to tear the hat off and blast it into oblivion. "Well, well, well, what do we have here?" The voice was dry and dusty and impossibly ancient. It wasn't attacking his defenses, not exactly. It was just there, inside his head, poking around like a nosy old man rifling through drawers. "You're the sorting hat." Hadrian thought back, keeping his mental voice carefully controlled. "I was told you would determine my house. That is my purpose, yes. But you are not like the others I've sorted. Your mind is strange, cold, layered with defenses I've never encountered before." A pause. "There is something of the snake in you. Ambition, cunning, a willingness to do what is necessary. Slytherin would suit you well, I know. But there is also courage, recklessness even, a part of you that would charge into battle without hesitation, consequences be damned. Gryffindor might claim you, if you allowed it. I won't." Another pause, longer this time. Hadrian could feel the hat digging deeper, sifting through memories and thoughts and the fundamental architecture of who he was. "There is darkness in you, child, a hunger for power, a capacity for cruelty that you have not yet fully explored. These things do not trouble me. All great wizards have darkness. It is what you do with it that matters. And what do you think I'll do with it? That, the hat said slowly, is what I cannot see. Your future is shrouded in chaos, in mischief, in the laughter of a god who plays games with mortal lives. The hat seemed to shudder. You were raised by the Leesmith. You wear his teachings like armor. But beneath all of that, there is a boy who simply wants to belong, to be loved, to be worthy. Hadrian's throat tightened. He shoved the feeling down, buried it beneath layers of ice and shadow, but not before the hat caught it. Ah, there it is, the crack in the armor. The hat's voice softened just slightly. Very well, child, I know where you must go. May the gods have mercy on Hogwarts. And then, aloud, in a voice that echoed through the silent hall, Slyhru, the table draped in green and silver erupted, not in cheers exactly, more in stunned, uncertain applause, as if the students there weren't quite sure whether to celebrate or run away. Hadrian pulled the hat from his head and handed it back to Dumbledore. The old man's expression was carefully blank, but Hadrian could see the calculations happening behind his eyes, the plans being formed and reformed. Welcome to Hogwarts, Mr. Hadrian, Dumbledore said. I trust your time here will be educational. I'm sure it will be. Hadrian smiled again, that too sharp smile he'd learned from his father. For all of us. He walked toward the Slytherin table, ignoring the whispers and stares that followed him. A space opened up at the end of the bench, and he slid into it with the easy grace of someone who had attended far more intimidating gatherings. Across the hall, at the Gryffindor table, the red-haired boy was still staring at him with his mouth hanging open. The bushy-haired girl beside him had pulled out a book and was flipping through it frantically, muttering something about Asgard and Norse mythology. And at the far end of the Slytherin table, a girl with blonde hair and blue eyes was watching him with an expression of cool assessment. She didn't look impressed or frightened or curious. She looked like someone who was solving a particularly interesting puzzle. Hadrian met her gaze and raised an eyebrow. She didn't look away. He decided, in that moment, that Hogwarts might not be entirely boring after all. The feast that followed was loud and chaotic, and utterly unlike anything Hadrian had experienced in Asgard. There was food, mountains of it, appearing on golden platters as if by magic, because it was magic, he supposed. Roasted meats and vegetables and puddings, and things he didn't recognize but found himself eating anyway, because despite everything, he was still hungry. The other Slytherins kept their distance. They whispered among themselves, shooting him glances that ranged from suspicious to hostile to grudgingly curious, but none of them approached. That was fine. Hadrian wasn't interested in making friends tonight. But the girl with the blue eyes kept watching him. She sat several seats away, flanked by two other girls who were clearly her attendants or followers or whatever the Midgardian equivalent was. She ate her meal with precise, economical movements, never taking her gaze off him for more than a few seconds at a time. Staring as impolite, Hadrian said finally, loud enough for her to hear. Even among Midgardians, I assume. A few of the students between them went very still. The girl's expression didn't change, but something shifted in her eyes, a spark of interest, maybe. So is arriving unannounced through the ceiling and cracking the floor of a historical landmark. She replied. Her voice was cool and clear, with none of the stammering or bluster he'd heard from the others. But here we are. Hadrian felt his lips twitch despite himself. "Fair point, Daphne Greengrass," she said, not quite offering her hand, but making the introduction nonetheless. "Heir to the noble and most ancient house of Greengrass, Hadrian Loki, ward of the Prince of Asgard." He paused. "Also, apparently, a competitor in your tournament." "So I gathered." Daphne's gaze flickered to his forehead, to the scar hidden beneath his hair. "Though I suspect there's more to the story than you're telling." "There usually is." She nodded slowly, as if he'd confirmed something she'd already suspected. "You should be careful, Hadrian Loki. Hogwarts has eyes and ears everywhere, and some of the people watching you tonight have agendas that go far beyond simple curiosity. Are you one of them?" "Everyone has an agenda." Daphne's lips curved into the smallest of smiles. "The question is whether our agendas align. We can discuss that later. For now, enjoy the feast. The house elves here make an excellent treacle tart." She turned back to her meal. The conversation clearly ended. Hadrian watched her for a moment longer, then returned his attention to his own plate. Interesting. The Greengrass girl was either genuinely trying to help him or setting up some elaborate trap. Either way, she was the first person at this school who hadn't treated him like a freak or a threat or a particularly confusing problem. Maybe Loki was right. Maybe there were things worth learning in this backward little world after all. The feast ended. The students filed out of the great hall in chattering groups, heading toward their respective common rooms. Hadrian followed the other Slytherins down a series of winding staircases that led deeper into the castle, into corridors that grew darker and colder with every step. The Slytherin common room was hidden behind a blank stretch of stone wall in the dungeons. A prefect, a tall boy with a pointed face and pale blonde hair, spoke a password in a bored drawl, and the wall slid aside to reveal a long, low chamber decorated in silver and green. It reminded Hadrian, just slightly, of the darker corners of Asgard's palace, the places where shadows gathered and secrets were kept. First years and new arrivals are in the dormitories to the left. The prefect said, giving Hadrian a look that was equal parts disdain and wariness. "Your belongings will have been sent ahead. Don't cause trouble, don't embarrass the house, and don't get caught if you do anything the professors wouldn't approve of." Hadrian nodded curtly and headed for the dormitories. Behind him, he heard the whispers start up again. "Prince of Asgard, god of mischief. Potter." He stopped in his tracks. Potter. The word hit him like a blow to the chest. He hadn't heard that name spoken aloud in years. Loki never used it. The All-Father never used it. To them, he was simply Hadrian, the boy who had been saved from a cupboard and given a new life among the gods. But these people knew. They knew who he had been before. They knew about the scar and the prophecy and the parents who had died protecting him. They knew about Harry Potter. Something wrong. The voice came from behind him, soft and measured and not quite friendly. Hadrian turned. The blonde prefect was watching him, arms crossed, that look of cold assessment still on his face. "Nothing," Hadrian said. "Just thinking about what it means to be back." The prefect's lips curled into something that wasn't quite a smile. "Oh, don't look so surprised. Everyone knows who you are, Potter. The boy who lived. The one who vanished from the Muggle world when he was barely a year old. The one Dumbledore has been searching for ever since. My name," Hadrian said carefully, "is Hadrian Loki. Eyes it, though." The prefect stepped closer, lowering his voice. You can call yourself whatever you like. You can dress up in your little alien costume and throw around your fancy magic. But blood tells, Potter, and your blood is as Midgardian as the rest of us. The air around Hadrian grew cold. Not metaphorically cold, actually cold. His breath misted in front of his face, and frost crept across the stone floor beneath his feet. I suggest, he said quietly, that you walk away now, before I decide to demonstrate exactly what my fancy magic can do. The prefect's eyes widened. He took a step back, then another, and something that might have been fear flickered across his face before he got it under control. Draco Malfoy, he said, and there was a new note in his voice. Respect, maybe, or just self-preservation. When you're ready to discuss alliances, you know where to find me. He turned and walked away, disappearing into one of the dormitory corridors. Hadrian watched him go, then slowly released the magic he'd been gathering. The cold faded. The frost on the floor melted into small puddles. Hadrian's heart was pounding in his chest, adrenaline still singing through his veins. Harry Potter. He'd known, of course. Loki had never hidden the truth from him. But hearing it here in this place, surrounded by people who thought they knew who he was supposed to be, it changed things, made them real in a way they hadn't been before. He wasn't just Hadrian anymore. He was also Harry, the boy who lived, the child of prophecy, the one person who was supposed to stand between the wizarding world and Voldemort's darkness. And now everyone knew he was back. Hadrian found his dormitory and his bed, a four-poster hung with green curtains in a room that smelled of lake water and old stone. His belongings were waiting for him, neatly arranged in a trunk at the foot of the bed. He sat on the mattress and pulled out the enchanted mirror, the one Loki had given him for communication. For a long moment, he just held it, feeling the familiar thrum of Asgardian magic against his palm. Then he whispered his father's name, and the glass shimmered and shifted, and Loki's face appeared in the reflection. "You survived," Loki said. There was something in his voice that might have been relief. I wasn't certain the Bifrost would cooperate. It deposited me in the middle of their dining hall. I cracked their floor. Excellent. Nothing like a dramatic entrance to establish dominance. Loki's eyes studied him through the mirror. You look troubled. They know who I am, who I was. Hadrian's voice was rough. They call me Potter. A pause. Loki's expression shifted just slightly. And does that bother you? I don't know. Hadrian ran a hand through his hair, feeling the scar beneath his fingertips. I thought I'd left that life behind. I thought I was someone new. But they look at me, and all they see is the boy from the prophecy, the one who's supposed to save them. Then let them look. Loki's voice was firm. Let them see whatever they wish to see. Their expectations are not your chains, Hadrian. They are your weapons. How so? Because an enemy who underestimates you is an enemy who has already lost. Loki smiled, and it was the smile of a predator scenting blood. Let them believe you are Harry Potter, the frightened child who needs their guidance and protection. And when the moment comes to reveal your true nature, they will never see it coming. Hadrian felt something settle in his chest. Not peace, exactly, but clarity. I met a girl, he said. Daphne Greengrass. She seems different from the others. The Greengrass family is old and politically astute. They have survived generations of conflict by choosing their allegiances carefully. Loki's eyes sharpened with interest. If she approached you, it was not by accident. Learn what she wants, and consider whether her interests might align with yours. She warned me that people are watching. Of course they are. You are the most interesting thing to happen to that school in years. Loki paused. Rest now, my son. Tomorrow, the games begin in earnest, and you will need all your strength for what is to come. The mirror went dark. Hadrian set it aside and lay back on his bed, staring up at the green canopy above him. Somewhere in this castle, Dumbledore was making plans. Voldemort was lurking in the shadows, and a tournament waited to test him in ways he couldn't yet imagine. Let them come. He was Hadrian Lokeson, son of the god of mischief, prince of Asgard, and whatever this world threw at him, he would face it on his own terms. Starting tomorrow. Hadrian woke to the sound of whispers. For a disorienting moment, he thought he was back in Asgard, in his chambers overlooking the gardens, where the servants gossiped about court politics and who had offended whom at last night's feast. Then the cold seeped through his blankets and the smell of lake water hit his nose, and reality came crashing back. Hogwarts, the dungeons, the Slytherin dormitory. He kept his eyes closed and his breathing steady, listening. Can't actually be him, can it? Potter's been missing for years. Did you see the way he froze the floor? That wasn't normal magic. My father says the Department of Mysteries has files on. Shut up, both of you. What if he's awake? Hadrian smiled into his pillow. At least they had some survival instincts. He waited until the voices moved away, then pushed himself upright and reached for his clothes. The dormitory was empty now, the other beds made with varying degrees of care. Weak morning light filtered through the enchanted windows that showed the murky green depths of the lake, casting everything in an eerie underwater glow. His trunk sat at the foot of his bed, exactly where he'd left it. He ran his fingers along the edges, checking the security runes he'd placed the night before. Undisturbed. Good. Either his dormmates were too scared to snoop, or they were smarter than the average Midgardian. He dressed quickly in the school robes that had appeared overnight, black fabric with green trim that felt rough and cheap compared to Asgardian leather. The wand went into his sleeve, secured by a simple holding charm. The dagger went against his forearm, hidden beneath the fabric. Old habits. The common room was busier than he'd expected. Students clustered in small groups around the fireplaces and leather couches, their conversations dropping to whispers as he descended the stairs from the dormitory. Hadrian felt their eyes on him like physical weight. Let them look. He spotted Daphne Greengrass in one of the high, back chairs near the far wall, a book open in her lap, and a cup of something steaming on the table beside her. She glanced up as he approached, her expression giving nothing away. "Sleep well?" she asked. "Well enough." Hadrian dropped into the chair across from her. The lake makes interesting sounds at night. Groaning. Like something large moving through the water. Giant squid. Mostly harmless unless you go swimming. Daphne turned a page in her book without looking at it. "You should know that Draco Malfoy has been telling anyone who'll listen that you threatened him last night." "Did I?" According to him, you used dark magic to freeze the floor and made violent threats against his person. Her lips twitched. He's positioning himself as the victim. It's a standard play. Gain sympathy, paint you as the aggressor, force you to either back down publicly or escalate. Hadrian considered this. "And what would you recommend?" "That depends on what you want." Daphne finally looked up from her book, those blue eyes meeting his. "If you want to fit in, apologize, and let him claim dominance. You'll spend the rest of your time here as his subordinate. But at least you'll be left alone. And if I don't want to fit in, then you need to establish your position clearly and quickly, before he has time to build alliances against you." She paused. "There's an informal hierarchy in Slytherin. Has been for generations. The strongest students rise to the top. The weak fall in line. Right now, everyone is watching to see where you land. Informal hierarchy." Hadrian repeated. "Like a court." Something flickered in Daphne's expression. Recognition, maybe. Exactly like a court. Hadrian thought of Asgard, of the endless games of influence and favor that played out in the golden halls of the palace. Of Loki, teaching him to read the currents of power, to see the knives behind the smiles. This wasn't so different, really. Just smaller, pettier. Children playing at politics they didn't truly understand. "Tell me about Malfoy," he said. Daphne set her book aside. "His father is Lucius Malfoy. Old money, old blood, deep connections in the Ministry of Magic. They were heavily involved with the Dark Lord during the last war, but claimed to be under the imperious curse when things fell apart. Most people believe they were lying, but nobody could prove it. So the family has power but questionable loyalties. And Draco has spent his whole life being told he's special because of his bloodline." Daphne's tone was clinical, analytical. "He's not stupid, but he's arrogant. He expects people to defer to him because of who his father is. When they don't, he gets cruel." Sounds familiar. Hadrian had met plenty of nobles like that in Asgard. The ones who thought birth entitled them to respect. They were usually the easiest to break. The entrance to the common room slid open, and a group of older students pushed through. Hadrian recognized Draco Malfoy at their center, flanked by two large boys who looked more like bodyguards than friends. A few other students trailed behind, watching with the hungry anticipation of an audience expecting a show. Malfoy's eyes found Hadrian immediately. His lip curled. "Potter," he said the name like an insult. "Decided to show your face, then? I thought you might hide in your bed all day after that pathetic display last night." The common room went quiet. Everyone was watching now, conversations dying mid-sentence as attention shifted to the confrontation. Hadrian didn't stand. He stayed exactly where he was, one leg crossed over the other, his posture relaxed and unbothered. "Malfoy," he said pleasantly. "I was just hearing about your family. Fascinating history. Something about the imperious curse." The flush that spread across Malfoy's pale face was deeply satisfying. His hands clenched into fists at his sides. "You don't know anything about my family. I know enough." Hadrian smiled. "I know that power built on lies tends to crumble when the truth comes out. I know that men who claim curses made them do terrible things are usually just cowards looking for excuses. And I know that their children often inherit that weakness." Malfoy's wand was in his hand before Hadrian finished speaking. The two large boys, Crabbe and Goyle, according to Daphne's earlier briefing, moved to flank their leader, cracking their knuckles with theatrical menace. "You should be careful, Potter." Malfoy's voice was shaking with barely controlled rage. "You might have impressed a few first years with your entrance last night, but you're in my house now, my territory. And I don't care what kind of freak magic you think you have. You'll learn to show proper respect." Hadrian sighed. It was a soft sound, almost disappointed, like a parent watching a child throw a tantrum. Then he moved. Not fast, exactly. There was no flash of speed, no blur of motion. He simply stood up, took 2 steps forward, and was suddenly inside Malfoy's guard before the other boy could react. Malfoy's wand arm came up, but Hadrian caught his wrist and twisted, just enough pressure to make the grip falter. The wand clattered to the floor. Crabbe and Goyle lunged forward, but Hadrian had already spun behind Malfoy, one arm locked around his throat, holding him like a shield. The whole thing took maybe 3 seconds. "Here's the problem with threats," Hadrian said conversationally, speaking to the room as much as to Malfoy. "They only work if you can back them up. You pulled your wand. You positioned your muscle. You made all the right moves for intimidation. But when it came time to actually do something," he tightened his grip just enough to make Malfoy wheeze. "You hesitated." Crabbe and Goyle had stopped moving. They looked uncertain, glancing at each other like they were waiting for instructions that weren't coming. "Let me go," Malfoy gasped. His face was turning red. "My father will hear about this." "I'm sure he will." Hadrian released him with a small shove that sent him stumbling into Crabbe's arms. "And when he asks what happened, you can tell him that you challenged someone without knowing what they were capable of. That's a lesson he should have taught you years ago." Malfoy scrambled to pick up his wand, his face twisted with humiliation and fury. For a moment, Hadrian thought he might actually try something. There was a wild look in his eyes, the cornered animal panic of someone whose entire worldview had just been shattered. Then Daphne spoke. "Breakfast will be over soon." Her voice was calm, almost bored. "And we have potions first period. Professor Snape doesn't tolerate tardiness." The tension broke. Malfoy shot Hadrian one last venomous glare, then turned and stormed toward the common room exit, his entourage scrambling to follow. The other students parted to let them through, whispers already spreading in their wake. Hadrian watched them go, then turned back to Daphne. She was still in her chair, book in hand, as if nothing unusual had happened. "Thank you," he said. "Don't thank me yet." She stood, smoothing her robes. "You just made an enemy of the most vindictive family in wizarding Britain. Draco won't forget this, and his father has resources you can't imagine. I've dealt with vindictive families before. In Asgard, maybe." Daphne's eyes were serious. "This isn't Asgard. The rules here are different. The threats are more subtle, and the people who want to hurt you won't always come at you directly." Hadrian considered her words. She wasn't wrong. Asgardian politics were brutal, but they were also relatively straightforward. When someone wanted you dead, they usually just tried to kill you. The wizarding world seemed to favor a more circuitous approach. "Walk me to potions," he asked. Daphne raised an eyebrow. "Is that a request or a command?" "An invitation." Hadrian offered his arm in a gesture that would have been perfectly natural in Asgard, but felt slightly absurd in this drafty stone corridor. "I find myself in need of a guide, and you seem to know this world better than most." She studied him for a long moment, something unreadable in her expression. Then she reached out and took his arm, her fingers light against his sleeve. "Don't get used to this," she said. "I'm not your servant. I wouldn't dream of it." They walked out of the common room together, leaving behind a sea of whispers and staring eyes. The dungeons were a maze. Hadrian had thought he knew what that word meant. Having grown up in a palace with secret passages and hidden rooms and corridors that seemed to shift when you weren't looking. But Hogwarts was different. The castle felt alive in a way that Asgard never had, its walls breathing with ancient magic, its staircases moving according to patterns that defied logic. Daphne navigated the twisting passages with practiced ease, pointing out landmarks and shortcuts as they went. The entrance to the kitchens, hidden behind a portrait of fruit, the fastest route to the library. The corridors to avoid after dark, where the caretaker's cat liked to prowl. "You've been here 4 years," Hadrian observed. "You must know every corner of this place." 3.5. "And no, I don't." Daphne guided him around a corner, narrowly avoiding a suit of armor that seemed to be watching them. Nobody knows every corner of Hogwarts. The castle has rooms that appear and disappear, staircases that lead nowhere, entire wings that have been sealed for centuries. The founders built this place with magic that even the professors don't fully understand. Sounds like home. She glanced at him. "You miss it, Asgard." It wasn't a question, but Hadrian answered anyway. "Yes. More than I expected to. What's it like?" The question caught him off guard. Most people either didn't ask about Asgard or asked with the breathless enthusiasm of children hearing fairy tales. Daphne's tone was different. Curious but measured. Like she actually wanted to understand, not just be entertained. Hadrian searched for the right words. "Right. Everything in Asgard is gold and silver and gleaming. The light there is different than here, cleaner, sharper, and the air tastes like starlight and metal. That sounds beautiful." "It is. But it's also hard." Hadrian thought of the training grounds, of Lady Sif's practice sword cracking against his ribs. Asgardians value strength above almost everything else. Physical strength, magical strength, strength of will. If you're weak, you're invisible. If you're strong, everyone wants to either use you or destroy you. Not so different from Slytherin. Then, Hadrian laughed, surprised by the comparison. "No, I suppose not." They reached the potions classroom just as other students were filing through the door. The room was dark and cramped, lit by flickering torches that cast dancing shadows across shelves lined with jars of preserved creatures and strange ingredients. The smell hit Hadrian immediately. A nauseating mixture of sulfur and formaldehyde and something that might have been rotting vegetation. He wrinkled his nose. "Charming. You get used to it." Daphne released his arm and moved toward a workstation near the middle of the room. "Partners sit together." "You're with me." "How convenient." "I arranged it." She didn't look at him as she set out her supplies. Cauldron and scales and a collection of vials that clinked softly against each other. Snape assigns partners at the start of term. But there's always room for negotiation if you know how to ask. Before Hadrian could respond, the door at the front of the classroom slammed open. A man in black robes swept into the room, his greasy hair hanging around a pale, hook-nosed face like curtains framing a window to misery. His eyes swept across the class, lingered on Hadrian for a fraction of a second longer than anyone else, and then dismissed him entirely. "Today," the man said, his voice a low drawl that somehow carried to every corner of the room, "we will be brewing the draught of peace, a potion designed to calm anxiety and soothe the agitation. Given recent events, I suspect some of you may find it useful." A few nervous laughs from the Gryffindor side of the room. Hadrian noticed the red-haired boy from last night, Ron something, elbowing the bushy-haired girl beside him. Instructions are on the board. The professor flicked his wand, and white chalk began scratching across the blackboard of its own accord. "You have 2 hours. Begin." The class dissolved into controlled chaos. students gathered ingredients from the storage cupboard, measured powders on tiny scales, lit flames beneath their cauldrons. Hadrian watched for a moment, fascinated despite himself by the ritual of it all. So much ceremony. So many unnecessary steps. The moonstone needs to be crushed, not chopped, Daphne said, pulling his attention back. She'd already set up their workstation with brisk efficiency, and the syrup of hellebore has to be added counterclockwise or it'll curdle. You've made this before. Twice. Once in class, once independently. She handed him a mortar and pestle. Crush the moonstone. Fine powder, not chunks. Hadrian took the tools and set to work, grinding the silvery stone into dust. It was simple manual labor, the kind of task he might have given to a servant in Asgard. But there was something almost meditative about the repetitive motion. Potter. The voice came from behind him, sharp and cold. Hadrian turned to find Professor Snape looming over their workstation, his dark eyes fixed on Hadrian's face with an intensity that bordered on hostile. "Sir," Hadrian said neutrally, "I've read your file." Snape's lip curled. Or rather, the conspicuous absence of a file. No previous magical education. No recorded accidental magic. No trace whatsoever in the wizarding world for the past 14 years. And yet here you are, allegedly trained in sorcery by Norse gods. Allegedly. I find myself skeptical of fantastic claims made without evidence. Snape leaned closer. Close enough that Hadrian could smell something sharp and chemical on his robes. Your father, James Potter, was a mediocre student with an inflated sense of his own importance. I see no reason to assume you'll be any different. The mention of his birth father caught Hadrian off guard. He'd known, intellectually, that James Potter had attended this school. That professors here might have known him, but hearing it stated so bluntly, with such obvious contempt, stirred something uncomfortable in his chest. I never knew James Potter, Hadrian said carefully. I can't speak to his abilities or his character. I can only speak for myself. Then speak. Snape's voice was silky, dangerous. Tell me, Mr. Potter, what is the difference between monkshood and wolfsbane? Hadrian blinked. Is this a test? Everything in my classroom is a test. Snape's smile was thin and unpleasant. Answer the question. There is no difference. Hadrian remembered the herbology lessons Loki had insisted on, the hours spent memorizing the properties of Midgardian plants. Monkshood and wolfsbane are the same plant. Also known as aconite, highly poisonous, used in various potions requiring toxic base components. Something flickered in Snape's expression. Surprise, quickly suppressed. And the primary use of aconite in wizarding potions. The wolfsbane potion. It allows werewolves to retain their human minds during transformation. Hadrian paused, considering. Though I understand it's prohibitively difficult to brew and requires fresh ingredients that most apothecaries can't reliably supply. Snape stared at him for a long moment. The hostility was still there, but it had been joined by something else. Grudging acknowledgement, maybe. Or just confusion. It seems your education was not entirely neglected, he said finally. We shall see if your practical skills match your theoretical knowledge. He swept away to terrorize another workstation. Hadrian let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That went well, Daphne murmured. He usually reduces new students to tears within the first 10 minutes. Is he always like that? Worse, usually. He seems to have decided you're worth paying attention to. She took the mortar from his hands and examined the crushed moonstone. This is good. Add it to the cauldron when the potion turns blue. They worked in silence for a while, Hadrian following Daphne's instructions with careful precision. The potion bubbled and shifted colors, blue to green to silver and back again, its surface shimmering with contained energy. It was strange, watching magic happen this way, so slow, so methodical. In Asgard, a skilled sorcerer could achieve the same effects with a thought and a gesture. But there was something to be said for the discipline of it. The patience required to measure exactly 3 drops of syrup, to stir exactly 7 times counterclockwise, to wait exactly 14 minutes between additions. It was like learning to paint with a brush after a lifetime of finger painting. Limiting, but precise. "You're thinking too hard," Daphne said. "I can hear it. I'm trying to understand." Hadrian watched the potion's surface ripple. "Your magic is so structured. Rules and procedures and specific incantations. It seems inefficient." "It is inefficient." Daphne added a pinch of powdered unicorn horn, stirring slowly. "But it's also stable, predictable. Anyone can learn to cast a levitation charm if they practice enough. The structure makes magic accessible and limits its potential. Maybe." She met his eyes. "Or maybe structure is what keeps magic from consuming its users. I've read about Asgardian sorcery. The power it requires, the cost it demands. Your way might be stronger, but it's also more dangerous." Hadrian thought of Loki, of the careful lessons in controlling the energy that surged through him. The warnings about what happened to those who reached too far, too fast. The stories of sorcerers who had burned themselves to ash trying to channel more power than their bodies could contain. "You might have a point," he admitted. Daphne smiled. It was small and brief, but genuine. "I usually do." The rest of the class passed without incident. Their potion turned the required silver color at the required time, and Snape swept past their workstation with a curt nod that Daphne assured him was practically a standing ovation by his standards. After potions came charms. The classroom was on the 4th floor, a long walk up from the dungeons that left Hadrian slightly winded despite all his training. The castle stairs seemed to take a perverse pleasure in leading him in circles, and twice he had to backtrack after corridors that should have connected turned out to end at solid walls. Daphne had a different schedule after potions, something called ancient runes that she'd chosen as an elective, so Hadrian navigated alone, eventually finding the right room by following a group of Gryffindors who seemed to know where they were going. The charms professor was the tiny man who had fetched the sorting hat the night before. Professor Flitwick, according to the schedule Hadrian had been given at breakfast. He stood on a stack of books behind his desk, beaming at the class with an enthusiasm that seemed entirely too genuine for a man who had presumably been teaching the same material for decades. "Ah, Mr. Potter." Flitwick's eyes lit up as Hadrian entered. "Or do you prefer Loki-san? I wasn't entirely sure from your introduction last night." "Either is fine, Professor." "Wonderful, wonderful. Take a seat. Take a seat. We're reviewing basic levitation charms today. A bit beneath your level, I'm sure, given your unique background. But it never hurts to establish fundamentals." Hadrian found an empty desk near the back of the room and sat down. The Gryffindors he'd followed were clustering near the front, including the red-haired boy and the bushy-haired girl. Ron and Hermione, he remembered now. They kept shooting glances back at him, whispering to each other with the complete lack of subtlety that seemed to characterize their house. "Now then," Flitwick said, clapping his tiny hands together. The levitation charm. Wingardium Leviosa. One of the most fundamental spells in a witch or wizard's repertoire. Who can tell me the key elements of successful casting? The bushy, haired girl's hand shot up so fast Hadrian was surprised it didn't dislocate her shoulder. Yes, Miss Granger. The swish and flick wand movement, Professor, and the emphasis on the gar in Wingardium, with a soft O sound in Leviosa. Excellent. 5 points to Gryffindor, Flitwick beamed. Now, everyone take out your wands and practice the motion. Swish and flick. Swish and flick. Hadrian pulled his wand from his sleeve and examined it. Holly and phoenix feather. It felt wrong in his hand, like wearing shoes that didn't quite fit. The magic inside it hummed against his palm, eager and unfocused. Around him, students were practicing the wand movement, muttering the incantation under their breath. Feathers rose and fell on desks, some floating smoothly, others barely twitching. Mr. Potter. Flitwick had made his way to Hadrian's desk, standing on tiptoe to see over the edge. Would you like to demonstrate for the class? Every eye in the room turned to him. Hadrian felt the weight of their attention, the mixture of curiosity and hostility and grudging interest. Of course, Professor. He pointed his wand at the feather on his desk. The incantation was simple enough. Wingardium Leviosa. A basic levitation spell, the magical equivalent of lifting a pebble. He'd been moving objects with his mind since he was 6 years old. But the wand complicated things. Hadrian reached for the familiar feeling of his magic, the cold, bright energy that lived in his core. It surged up eagerly, flooding through his arm, into his hand, into the wand. The feather twitched, then it exploded upward. Not floating, launching. It shot toward the ceiling like an arrow, trailing sparks of green energy, and punched straight through the stone with a crack that echoed through the room. Dust and debris rained down. Students screamed and dove under desks. Somewhere above them, there was a distant thump as the feather presumably struck something and stopped. Hadrian stared at his wand. The wood was warm in his hand, almost hot, and there was a faint smell of burning. Well, Flitwick said faintly. He was covered in dust, his hair standing on end from the magical discharge. That was unexpected. I'm sorry. Hadrian's cheeks were burning. This was humiliating. He'd trained with some of the most powerful sorcerers in the 9 realms, and he couldn't even cast a simple levitation charm without destroying the ceiling. I didn't mean to... No, it's quite all right. Flitwick was already recovering, waving his own wand to repair the damage. The hole in the ceiling sealed itself, though traces of scorch marks remained. Raw power is nothing to apologize for. It simply needs to be channeled appropriately. The technique was completely wrong. This came from the Granger girl, who had emerged from under her desk with her bushy hair, even bushier than before. You didn't do the wand movement at all, and you weren't even saying the incantation. You just pointed and pushed. Miss Granger, Flitwick said warningly. I'm just saying. If he actually learned the proper method, he wouldn't be blowing holes in things. Magic isn't about raw force. It's about precision and control and... I understand the theory. Hadrian's voice came out sharper than he intended. I simply have difficulty adapting to your tools. Tools. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Wands are essential magical focuses. Every witch and wizard. Not every sorcerer. Hadrian set his wand down on the desk. In Asgard, we learn to channel magic directly, without crutches. The word hung in the air. Hermione's face went red, crutches. Wands have been central to wizarding culture for thousands of years. The greatest magical achievements in history were accomplished with. Perhaps. Flitwick interjected, his voice strained but determined to maintain control. We could save this discussion for after class. Mr. Potter, I'd like you to stay behind when the period ends. We should discuss alternative approaches to your magical education. Hadrian nodded stiffly. Hermione shot him one last glare before returning to her seat, muttering something to Ron about arrogant foreign wizards. That wasn't quite quiet enough to be private. The rest of the class passed in awkward silence. Hadrian didn't attempt any more spells. He just sat at his desk, turning his wand over in his hands, trying to understand why something so simple had become so complicated. After class, he stood before Flitwick's desk while the other students filed out. Ron and Hermione lingered near the door, clearly hoping to eavesdrop, until Flitwick shooed them away with a wave of his hand. Mr. Potter, the tiny professor said once they were alone. Or Locuson, whichever you prefer. Hadrian is fine. Hadrian. Then, Flitwick climbed down from his stack of books and walked around to face him directly. Despite his small stature, there was something solid about him. Reliable. I want you to know that what happened today isn't your fault. Wandless magic is rare but not unheard of. Some of the most powerful witches and wizards in history struggled to adapt to focused casting. I've used a wand before. Hadrian frowned at the memory. When I was young, before Loki found me, I don't remember much, but I remember the feeling of magic moving through wood. And now it feels like trying to pour an ocean through a garden hose. Flitwick nodded slowly. Your magical core has developed differently than most students. Asgardian training emphasizes raw power and direct manipulation. Our methods emphasize precision and structure. The two approaches aren't incompatible, but they require different muscles, so to speak. Can you teach me to use the wand properly? I can try. Flitwick smiled, but I suspect it will take time and patience, and a willingness to start from the beginning, even when your instincts tell you to skip ahead. Hadrian thought of Loki. Of all the times his father had forced him to repeat basic exercises until his muscles screamed, until the movements became automatic, until skill replaced effort. The humiliation of starting over again and again until the fundamentals were perfect. I can be patient, he said. Good. Flitwick patted his arm, a gesture that should have been patronizing but somehow wasn't. Come to my office on Thursday evening. We'll work on your control in private, without the pressure of an audience, and in the meantime, try not to destroy any more ceilings. Hadrian managed a small smile. I'll do my best. He left the classroom and immediately got lost. The castle stairs had moved again, depositing him on a floor he didn't recognize, in a corridor lined with portraits that whispered and pointed as he passed. He wandered for what felt like hours, retracing his steps, doubling back, until finally he stumbled through a doorway and found himself in the grounds outside the castle. The fresh air hit him like a blessing. He sucked in deep breaths, trying to clear the frustration and embarrassment that had been building since the charm's disaster. The grass was damp beneath his feet, the sky gray and threatening rain. In the distance, he could see the dark mass of a forest and the glittering surface of a lake. Hogwarts. This was supposed to be his home for the foreseeable future. This maze of stone and magic and children who looked at him like he was either a threat or a freak. He found a tree near the lake and sat down, leaning his back against the trunk. The bark was rough through his robes, but the discomfort was grounding, real. A memory surfaced unbidden. Not Asgard, not Hogwarts, somewhere older, darker. A small space, cramped and dusty, with spiders in the corners and the sound of locks clicking shut. The cupboard. He pushed the memory away before it could fully form. That was another life. Another boy. Harry Potter had lived in that cupboard, small and scared and alone. Hadrian Lokeson had been raised in a palace, trained by gods, taught to fear nothing and no one. But sometimes, when the pressure became too much and the mask slipped away, he wondered if Harry Potter was still in there somewhere, waiting, remembering, brooding again. The voice made him jump. He looked up to find Daphne standing a few feet away, her robes damp from the misty rain that had started to fall. Her expression was carefully neutral, but there was something in her eyes that might have been concern. "I'm not brooding. You're sitting alone under a tree, staring at the lake with a tortured expression on your face." She sat down beside him, apparently unconcerned about the wet grass. "That's the definition of brooding. I'm thinking." "About what?" Hadrian hesitated. The honest answer was too complicated. Too tangled up with memories he didn't want to examine and fears he didn't want to admit. But Daphne was watching him with that steady, patient gaze, and something about her made him want to be truthful. "About who I'm supposed to be," he said finally. "They call me Potter. You call me Hadrian. My father calls me his son. But none of those feel quite right. Like I'm wearing costumes that don't fit. Everyone feels that way sometimes." "Do they?" "Yes." Daphne pulled her knees up to her chest, wrapping her arms around them. "I'm the Ice Queen. That's what they call me behind my back. Cold Daphne who never smiles, who never lets anyone close. It's a role I chose to play because it was safer than the alternative. But it's not who I am. It's just who I have to be to survive." "What's the alternative?" She was quiet for a moment. The rain was falling harder now, plastering her hair to her face, but she made no move to seek shelter. "Being vulnerable," she said at last. "Letting people see the real me. The one who gets scared and makes mistakes and doesn't always know the right answer." She glanced at him. "That's dangerous. In Slytherin, weakness gets exploited, so I built walls. And the walls became so thick that sometimes I forget there's anything behind them." Hadrian understood, more than he wanted to admit. "My father taught me to wear masks," he said. "Different faces for different occasions. The warrior mask for battle, the diplomat mask for court, the sun mask for him." He paused. "But I never learned what my real face looks like. I'm not sure I have one anymore." Daphne reached out and touched his hand. Just briefly, just the brush of her fingers against his. But the contact sent a shock through him, something warm and unexpected. "Maybe that's what you're here to find," she said. "Not just whatever destiny the gods have planned for you, but who you actually are, underneath all the masks." They sat in silence for a while, watching the rain fall on the lake. It was peaceful, in a way. The first peace Hadrian had felt since arriving at this strange, confusing place. Eventually, the cold became too much to ignore. They walked back to the castle together, not touching, not speaking, but something had shifted between them. An understanding, maybe, or just the recognition of kindred spirits. That night, alone in his bed with the green curtains drawn around him, Hadrian pulled out the enchanted mirror and whispered his father's name. Loki's face appeared, looking tired but alert. Report. Hadrian told him everything. The confrontation with Malfoy, the potions class with Snape, the disaster in Charms, and, after a moment's hesitation, the conversation by the lake. The Greengrass girl sounds interesting, Loki said when he finished. Potentially useful. She's not a tool. Something flickered in Loki's expression. No, what is she then? Hadrian thought about it. I don't know yet. But she might be the first real thing I've found in this place. Loki studied him through the mirror for a long moment. Then, unexpectedly, he smiled. It was a real smile, not the sharp predatory grin he usually wore. Softer, almost proud. Good, he said. You're learning. Learning what? That power isn't everything. That sometimes the greatest strength comes from connections we don't expect. The smile faded, but something warm remained in his eyes. I didn't raise you to be a weapon, Hadrian. I raised you to be a king. And kings need more than swords. They need people who see them clearly and choose to stand beside them anyway. Hadrian's throat tightened. Is that why you took me in, to be a king? No. Loki's voice was soft. I took you in because I saw a child who needed someone. And I recognized something in him. Something that reminded me of myself. The boy in the cupboard. The boy who was always on the outside. Always different. Always wondering if he would ever truly belong. Loki reached toward the mirror, and for a moment, it almost seemed like he could reach through and touch Hadrian's face. You are my son, not because of blood or prophecy or any grand design. Because I chose you, and I would choose you again, every time. The mirror went dark before Hadrian could respond. He lay there in the darkness, listening to the lake groan around him, and felt something crack open in his chest. Not pain, not quite, something closer to hope. The feeling started 3 days after his arrival. Hadrian was sitting in the great hall, pushing scrambled eggs around his plate and pretending to listen to Theodore not drone on about his family's collection of cursed artifacts, when something cold brushed against the edge of his senses. Not physically cold, not like a draft or a chill. Something deeper. Something that resonated in his bones like a tuning fork struck against ancient ice. He set down his fork and closed his eyes, reaching for the sensation. It was faint, barely there, like trying to hear a whisper across a crowded room. But it was unmistakably familiar. Asgardian magic. Hadrian. Daphne's voice cut through his concentration. You've gone pale. He opened his eyes. The great hall was the same as always. Students chattering and eating and going about their morning routines. Nothing had changed. But something was wrong. Do you feel that? He asked quietly. Daphne frowned. Feel what? Of course she didn't. Midgardian wizards couldn't sense magic the way he could. They were blind to the currents of energy that flowed through everything, the invisible threads that connected all things. To them, magic was just spells and potions and wand movements. They had no idea what power actually felt like. Never mind. Hadrian pushed back from the table. I need to go. We have transfiguration in 20 minutes. I'll be there. He left before she could argue, weaving through the crowded hall toward the exit. The sensation was stronger now, pulling at him like a hook in his chest, cold and old and achingly familiar, like the taste of Asgard's air, like the feel of his father's magic wrapping around him during training. Something from home was here. In this castle, hidden somewhere beneath the layers of weak Midgardian enchantments. And he was going to find it. The corridors were mostly empty this early in the morning. Hadrian walked quickly, following the sensation as it waxed and waned, trying to triangulate its source. The signal was strongest near the center of the castle, somewhere in the upper floors. But it kept shifting, moving. Like whatever was generating it was being deliberately concealed. He found an empty classroom and ducked inside, closing the door behind him. The room was dusty and unused, filled with broken desks and moth-eaten curtains. Perfect. From his pocket, Hadrian pulled a small leather pouch. Inside were the components for a runic compass, one of the first tracking devices Loki had taught him to make. 3 runestones carved with the symbols for seeking direction and resonance. A silver needle, a drop of his own blood to power the spell. He arranged the stones in a triangle on a cleared section of floor and pricked his finger with the needle. A single drop of blood fell onto the central stone, and he whispered the activation phrase in Old Norse. The stones began to glow. Faint blue light traced the carved runes, and the silver needle rose into the air, spinning slowly before settling to point in a definite direction. Northwest. Upper floors. Hadrian memorized the heading and gathered the components, tucking them back into his pouch. The compass would only work for a few hours, before the blood dried and the connection faded. But that should be enough time to narrow down the location. He slipped out of the classroom and headed for the nearest staircase. 3 hours later, he had a problem. The compass pointed consistently toward the 7th floor, specifically toward a stretch of blank corridor across from a tapestry depicting trolls in Balet Tutus. But there was nothing there, just wall, solid stone that his hands confirmed was real, that his magical senses insisted contained nothing more interesting than mortar and centuries of accumulated dust, and yet the needle kept pointing. Right at the wall, unwavering. Something's hidden, Hadrian muttered to himself. Concealed. But how? He'd missed transfiguration and defense against the dark arts. He'd been wandering these corridors for hours, following the compass, doubling back, trying different approaches. The signal was definitely coming from this spot. He could feel it now without the compass, a steady pulse of cold energy that seemed to phase in and out of existence like a heartbeat. Talking to yourself is the first sign of madness, you know. Hadrian spun around. Daphne was standing at the end of the corridor, arms crossed, expression somewhere between annoyed and curious. "How did you find me?" I asked the portraits. She walked toward him, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. "You've been wandering the castle like a ghost all morning. People are starting to talk. Let them talk. The professors are less amused. McGonagall sent a prefect to look for you." Daphne stopped beside him, examining the blank wall with a slight frown. "What's so interesting about this corridor?" Hadrian hesitated. He hadn't planned to involve anyone else in this. Whatever was hidden here, it was Asgardian, his business, his responsibility. But Daphne had proven herself useful over the past few days. She knew things about this castle, about wizarding culture, that he couldn't learn from books or observation. And she'd already shown that she could be trusted with at least some of his secrets. "There's something hidden behind this wall," he said finally. "Something old, powerful. I can feel it, but I can't find the entrance." Daphne's eyebrows rose. "Feel it how? Magic has a signature, a resonance. Different types of magic feel different." He placed his palm against the cold stone. "This feels like home, like Asgard, which shouldn't be possible, because there's nothing from Asgard on Midgard except what comes through the Bifrost. Maybe something came through a long time ago." Maybe. Hadrian frowned at the wall, but Heimdall watches the Bifrost. He would know if Asgardian artifacts had been smuggled to Earth, unless someone wanted to hide them from Heimdall too. That thought had occurred to Hadrian. It was uncomfortable. The list of beings capable of hiding something from Heimdall's all-seeing gaze was very short, and most of them were entities you didn't want involved in your affairs. "Do you know what this corridor is?" he asked. "Any history? Any legends?" Daphne was quiet for a moment, her eyes distant in thought. "There are stories. Students who claim they found a room up here that appeared out of nowhere. A room that had exactly what they needed at the time. Books they were looking for, or a place to hide, or a bathroom when they really had to go." She shrugged. "Most people assume it's just rumors. Kids making up stories to seem interesting. The Room of Requirement. You've heard of it. My father mentioned it once. Said Hogwarts had secrets that even its founders had forgotten." Hadrian studied the wall with new interest. A room that appears when you need it. That gives you what you're looking for. That's not Midgardian magic. That's something older, something closer to what we practice in Asgard. Can you open it? I don't know. He stepped back from the wall, thinking. If the room responds to need, then I have to need something from it, something specific. You need to find what's hidden inside. Yes, but that's too vague. The room won't respond to general curiosity. Hadrian began pacing, 3 steps one way, 3 steps back. I need to be specific. I need to visualize exactly what I'm looking for. Witches. An Asgardian artifact. Something that generates cold magic. Something that's been hidden here for... He stopped pacing. I don't know how long. Decades, at least. Maybe centuries. Daphne watched him pace with that steady, analytical gaze. Then focus on that. Picture it in your mind. Walk past the wall 3 times while concentrating on what you need. How do you know that will work? I don't. But the legends say that's how the room appears. You walk past 3 times, thinking about what you need, and a door materializes. She paused. It's worth trying. Hadrian looked at the blank stretch of wall. It looked exactly like every other wall in the castle. Unremarkable. Ordinary. But nothing about this place was ordinary. He closed his eyes and focused, not on the sensation of Asgardian magic, but on the source. An artifact. Something cold. Something ancient. Something that didn't belong in this world, but had been hidden here anyway. I need to find what's hidden, he thought. I need to find the source of this energy. He began to walk, 3 paces past the wall. Turn, 3 paces back. Turn, 3 paces past again. When he opened his eyes, there was a door. It hadn't been there a moment ago. Now it stood in the center of the blank wall, a heavy wooden door with iron hinges and a handle shaped like a coiled serpent. Old, ancient, like it had always been there, waiting for someone to finally notice. "Ha," Daphne said. She sounded genuinely surprised. "I didn't actually think that would work." "Neither did I." Hadrian reached for the handle. The metal was ice cold against his palm. So cold it almost burned. He hesitated for just a moment, feeling the pulse of energy beyond the door, stronger now than ever. Then he pushed it open. The room beyond was nothing like he expected. He'd imagined something small. A vault, maybe, or a storage chamber. Instead, he found himself standing at the entrance to a vast cavern, so large that the ceiling was lost in shadows above. Mountains of objects stretched in every direction. Furniture and books and weapons and paintings, piled in towering heaps that threatened to collapse at any moment. Centuries of cast-offs and forgotten things, hidden away in a room that didn't technically exist. And in the center of it all, sitting on a pedestal of black stone, was the source of the energy he'd been tracking. A stone, small enough to fit in his palm. Its surface was dark and veined with threads of silver that pulsed with cold light. Even from this distance, Hadrian could feel its power radiating outward in waves, filling the room with the taste of winter and the smell of stars. "By the 9, he breathed. Daphne had followed him inside. Her eyes were wide as she took in the impossible scope of the room. "What is all this? Junk mostly." Hadrian barely glanced at the piles of accumulated debris. His attention was fixed on the stone. "But that's not junk." He walked toward the pedestal, picking his way through narrow paths between the mountains of forgotten objects. Daphne followed, her footsteps careful and quiet. The stone grew brighter as he approached. The silver veins pulsed faster, like a heart racing in anticipation, and the cold intensified, biting at his exposed skin, frosting his breath in the air. "What is it?" Daphne asked. Her voice was hushed, almost reverent. "A Norn stone." Hadrian stopped at the edge of the pedestal, studying the artifact without touching it. They're fragments of Yggdrasil, the world tree. Each one contains a piece of the cosmos itself, raw chaos bound into physical form. That sounds dangerous. It is. Norn stones have been used to reshape reality, to break open portals between realms, to power weapons capable of destroying worlds. He could feel the stone calling to him, its energy resonating with his own magic like a song seeking harmony. This one is dormant, contained, but if someone knew how to activate it, whoa. They could do what? Destroy the castle. They could do much worse than that. Hadrian tore his gaze away from the stone and looked at Daphne. This shouldn't be here. Asgard guards the Norn stones jealously. For one to end up on Midgard, hidden in a school for children, someone must have brought it here deliberately. Someone with the power and knowledge to hide it from Heimdall's sight. The implications hung in the air between them, heavy and ominous. "Your father?" Daphne asked quietly. Hadrian's jaw tightened. "I don't know. Maybe. He's one of the few beings capable of smuggling something past Heimdall. But why? What would he gain from hiding a Norn stone at Hogwarts? A trap. For who? He didn't know I would be sent here." The enchantment on the tournament caught him, as much by surprise as it caught me. Daphne was silent for a moment, her analytical mind clearly working through the possibilities. "Unless that's what he wanted you to think." The thought was like a knife between his ribs. Hadrian had always known that Loki was capable of deception, of manipulation, of plans within plans. It was what made him the god of mischief. But the idea that his father might have orchestrated this, might have arranged for Hadrian to be sent to a school where an Asgardian artifact lay waiting. No. He pushed the suspicion aside. He couldn't think about that now. Not until he had more information. "We should go," he said. "Before someone notices we're missing." Daphne nodded, but she didn't move. Her eyes were still fixed on the stone, and there was something in her expression that Hadrian couldn't quite read. Fear, maybe, or fascination. "Can you take it?" she asked. "Hide it somewhere safe." "I could. But that would alert whoever placed it here that their prize has been discovered." Hadrian began walking back toward the entrance, forcing himself to turn away from the stone's magnetic pull. Better to leave it for now. Watch. See who comes looking. And if they're dangerous, then I'll deal with them." They left the room together, and the door vanished behind them, as if it had never existed. The library became their base of operations. Over the following days, Hadrian and Daphne fell into a routine. After classes, they would meet at a secluded table in the back of the library, hidden behind shelves of dusty tomes that nobody ever read. Daphne would bring her research on wizarding, politics, and pure-blood genealogy. Hadrian would share what he knew about Asgardian magic and the nature of the artifact they'd found. It was an exchange, information for information, knowledge for knowledge, and somewhere along the way, it became something more. The Malfoys are connected to the Lestranges through the Black family, Daphne was saying, tracing bloodlines on a piece of parchment covered in names and connecting lines. Which means they're also connected to the Tonks, which is ironic considering Narcissa and Andromeda haven't spoken in decades. Hadrian was only half listening. He was more focused on the book in his hands. A history of Hogwarts that contained a chapter on the castle's magical properties. The Room of Requirement was mentioned briefly, described as a legendary chamber whose existence has never been conclusively proven. "Why does any of this matter?" he asked, setting the book aside. "Blood connections and family feuds. It seems petty compared to actual power. Because in the wizarding world, blood is power." Daphne looked up from her parchment, fixing him with that steady, ice-blue gaze. "The old families control the Wizengamot. They control the ministry. They control who gets hired and who gets promoted and who gets quietly destroyed. If you want to accomplish anything in this society, you have to understand how the pieces fit together. And you do. Understand it better than most." There was no arrogance in her voice, just fact. "My family has survived for centuries by knowing which way the wind was blowing. We've never been the most powerful house, but we've never been destroyed either. That takes skill. And what way is the wind blowing now?" Daphne was quiet for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was lower, more careful. "There's a war coming. Everyone can feel it. The Dark Lord is returning. And when he does, every family in Britain will have to choose a side. Your family chose before. During the First War. Was stayed neutral. Officially." She glanced around, making sure no one was close enough to overhear. "Unofficially, my grandfather provided funding to certain resistance efforts while maintaining enough deniability to avoid retaliation. It was a dangerous game, but it kept us alive. And now, what will you choose this time?" Daphne met his eyes. "I haven't decided yet. That depends on what options are available." The weight of her words hung between them. Hadrian understood what she was really asking. She wanted to know where he stood, what side he would take, whether an alliance with him would be worth the risk. "I'm not interested in their war," he said finally. "Voldemort, Dumbledore, the Ministry, none of them mean anything to me. My only loyalty is to my family. And if your family's interests conflict with staying neutral, then I'll do what I have to do." He leaned back in his chair, studying her. "Is that the answer you were looking for?" "It's an honest answer." Daphne's lips curved into something that was almost a smile. "That's more than most people around here manage. You sound surprised." "I am, a little. You wear masks as well as anyone I've met. I assumed the honesty was just another layer of the performance." Hadrian laughed quietly. It felt strange, laughing. He couldn't remember the last time he'd done it genuinely. "My father taught me that the best lies are mostly truth." You can't maintain a perfect deception forever. Eventually, you slip. So you build your lies on a foundation of honesty. And when people catch you being genuine, they assume everything else is genuine too. That's manipulative. That's survival. He tilted his head, considering her. You do the same thing. The Ice Queen mask, cold and distant and unapproachable. But underneath, you're always watching, always calculating. You let people see just enough warmth to make them underestimate you. Something flickered in Daphne's expression. Surprise, recognition, maybe even respect. How long have you known? Since the first day. When you warned me about Malfoy, a genuinely cold person wouldn't have bothered. You took a risk to help a stranger, which means you're not as detached as you pretend to be. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she laughed, a soft sound that transformed her face from cool and distant to something much warmer. You're dangerous. Hadrian Lokison. So are you, Daphne Greengrass. They smiled at each other, and something shifted in the air between them. Not romance, exactly. Not yet. But the potential for it. The recognition of kindred spirits finding common ground. Tell me about Asgardian magic, Daphne said, changing the subject with deliberate casualness. The theory behind it. You said it's different from what we practice here. Hadrian considered the question. It wasn't simple. The differences between Asgardian sorcery and Midgardian wizardry were fundamental, rooted in entirely different understandings of how the universe worked. Wizarding magic is contractual, he said slowly, searching for the right words. You make an agreement with reality. You say the words, you make the gestures, and magic happens. It's like a language. Learn the vocabulary, follow the grammar, and you can communicate. And Asgardian magic. Asgardian magic is force, will. You don't ask reality to change, you make it change. You impose your vision on the universe and refuse to accept any other outcome. Daphne frowned. That sounds exhausting. It is. The mental discipline required is intense. You have to be absolutely certain of what you want, absolutely convinced that reality will bend to your desire. Any doubt, any hesitation, and the magic fails. Or worse, it backfires. Is that why you struggled in charms class? The wand method requires you to give up control. Partially. Hadrian grimaced at the memory. The wand acts as a buffer between the caster and the magic. It smooths the rough edges, regulates the flow. But for someone trained to channel energy directly, that buffer feels like a cage. My magic doesn't want to be contained, it wants to explode. Can you learn to control it? The wand method, I mean. Professor Flitwick thinks so. We've been meeting for extra practice. He held up his hand and concentrated, letting a small ball of green light coalesce in his palm. It was easier without the wand. Natural. The problem is unlearning what I already know, convincing my instincts that it's okay to let the wand do the work. Daphne watched the light dance across his fingers, her expression thoughtful. Show me something. Something Asgardian, something a wand couldn't do. Hadrian hesitated. Displays of power were dangerous. They drew attention, made enemies, created expectations that could be exploited later. But Daphne had earned a certain level of trust, and part of him wanted to share this with someone who might actually understand. Watch, he said. He let the ball of light expand, reshape, transform. Green mist flowed from his palm like smoke, coiling through the air, taking form. A moment later, a small dragon made of shimmering energy was flying around Daphne's head, its wings leaving trails of emerald light. Her eyes went wide. That's not a spell. It's an illusion. One of the first things my father taught me. Illusions are his specialty. Hadrian guided the dragon to land on Daphne's shoulder, where it curled up like a cat and began to purr. The wizarding world has illusion magic, but it's crude. Visual only, easily dispelled. Asgardian illusions engage all senses. You can touch them, smell them, hear them. They're indistinguishable from reality until the caster chooses to reveal the truth. Daphne reached up to touch the dragon. Her fingers passed through its body, leaving ripples of light. But the sensation of scales against her skin was clearly present. She shivered. "This is incredible," she breathed. "If you can create illusions this convincing, I can make people see whatever I want them to see, believe whatever I want them to believe." The dragon dissolved into motes of light that faded into nothing. My father once maintained an illusion of himself for 3 days, while he was actually somewhere else entirely. No one noticed the difference. And you, can you do that? Not for 3 days. Not yet. Hadrian smiled slightly. But I'm learning. They sat in comfortable silence for a while, each lost in their own thoughts. The library was quiet around them, the occasional rustle of pages or creak of shelving the only sounds. Outside the windows, the sky was darkening toward evening. "There's a Hogsmeade weekend coming up," Daphne said eventually. "The first of the year. Will you go?" "What's Hogsmeade?" "A village near the castle. 3rd years and above are allowed to visit on certain weekends. It's mostly shops and pubs, but it's a chance to get away from the school for a few hours." She paused. "People usually go in groups. Friends, romantic partners. That sort of thing." Hadrian studied her expression, trying to read the subtext. "Are you asking me to go with you?" "I'm telling you about the event. What you do with that information is your business." Very diplomatic. "I'm a greengrass. Diplomacy is in my blood." He laughed again, that strange, unfamiliar feeling of genuine amusement. "Yes, I'll go. With you." Daphne's mask slipped for just a moment, a flash of genuine pleasure crossing her features before the cool composure reasserted itself. "Good. It'll be useful to observe how the local population interacts with students. And there's a bookshop that might have information about the castle's history." "Information. Right. That's definitely why I'm going." She threw a quill at his head. He caught it without looking, twirling it between his fingers with a smirk. "Insufferable," she muttered. But there was warmth beneath the word. Hogsmeade weekend arrived cold and gray, with a biting wind that swept down from the mountains and cut through even the warmest cloaks. Students streamed out of the castle in chattering groups, breath misting in the frigid air, excited for their taste of freedom. Hadrian walked beside Daphne, their shoulders almost touching as they followed the path toward the village. He'd dressed in his Asgardian clothes, beneath the school robes, the familiar weight of leather and enchanted fabric a comfort against the chill. The dagger was strapped to his forearm. Old habits. "The Three Broomsticks is the main pub," Daphne was saying, pointing out landmarks as they approached the village. "Madame Rosmerta runs it. Good butterbeer, decent food, and she hears everything that happens in Wizarding Britain. Honeyduke's is the sweet shop, Zonko's sells joke products, and Scrivenshafts has the best quills. And the bookshop, Tums and Scrolls. It's down a side street. Easy to miss if you don't know where to look. They specialize in rare texts and historical documents." She glanced at him. "I sent an owl ahead asking about books related to Hogwarts' founding. They should have something set aside for us." The village itself was charming in a rustic, Midgardian sort of way. Thatched roofs and cobblestone streets and shops with hand-painted signs. Nothing like the gleaming towers of Asgard. But there was a cozy warmth to it that Hadrian found unexpectedly appealing. They spent an hour browsing the bookshop, finding 3 volumes that mentioned the Room of Requirement and one ancient text that referenced Asgardian artifacts on Earth. Daphne haggled with the shopkeeper while Hadrian examined the merchandise, running his fingers over leather spines and breathing in the musty smell of old paper. "Doan," Daphne announced, returning with a package wrapped in brown paper. He wanted 40 galleons. "I got him down to 25. Impressive. My mother taught me. She says any price is just an opening position in negotiations." They left the bookshop and wandered through the village, stopping at Honey Duke's to sample the sweets and Zonko's to observe the joke products. Hadrian found himself enjoying the experience more than he'd expected. The simple pleasure of walking through a market, examining curiosities, sharing observations with someone whose company he genuinely enjoyed. It felt almost normal, almost like he was just a teenager on an outing with a friend, rather than an Asgardian prince in exile, hunting for cosmic artifacts and waiting for dark lords to make their move. The feeling didn't last. They were walking down a narrow side street, heading back toward the main path to the castle. When Hadrian felt it, a presence behind them. Hostile, focused, he stopped walking. "What is it?" Daphne asked, immediately alert. "We're being followed." Hadrian didn't turn around. Didn't want to alert whoever was back there that he'd noticed. One person, maybe 2. Keeping their distance, Daphne's hand moved toward her wand. Death Eaters. Possibly. Or someone working for them. He took her arm, guiding her forward as if nothing was wrong. "Keep walking. Don't look back. We need to reach somewhere with witnesses." They quickened their pace, but the street was empty. The afternoon was wearing on, and most students had already headed back to the castle or were gathered in the pubs. The narrow alley ahead looked deserted. "In there," a voice hissed from somewhere behind them. Hadrian spun around just as a bolt of red light shot toward his head. He ducked. The spell scorched the air where his face had been a moment earlier and exploded against the wall behind him, showering them both with fragments of brick. Daphne had her wand out now, firing a stunning spell at the cloaked figure emerging from the shadows. The figure batted her spell aside with contemptuous ease and raised their own wand. "Potter," they said, and there was something wrong with their voice. Too high, too eager. "The Dark Lord sends his regards." Another spell. Hadrian dove sideways, rolling across the cobblestones and coming up in a crouch. His hand found the dagger at his forearm, but he didn't draw it. Not yet. The attacker was advancing, wand tracing patterns in the air that Hadrian recognized as preparation for a killing curse. Behind him, Daphne was scrambling to her feet, blood running from a cut on her forehead where debris had struck her. No time to think, no time to plan. Hadrian moved, not with magic. With muscle memory and Valkyrie training, and thousands of hours of combat drills beaten into his body until they became instinct. He closed the distance in 3 steps, inside the attacker's guard before they could complete the curse. His hand caught their wand arm and twisted, the crack of snapping bone echoing off the alley walls. The attacker screamed. Their wand clattered to the ground. Hadrian didn't stop. His knee drove into their stomach, doubling them over. His elbow smashed into the back of their head. They crumpled, hitting the cobblestones with a wet thump. 3 seconds. Maybe 4. That's all it had taken. Hadrian stood over the fallen figure, breathing hard, adrenaline singing through his veins. His hands were shaking. Not from fear. From the effort of holding back. He'd wanted to kill them. The instinct had been there. Sharp and immediate, screaming at him to finish what he'd started. End the threat permanently. Make sure they never rose again. But he hadn't. He'd stopped himself. Hadrian. Daphne's voice was unsteady. She'd made her way to his side, wand still raised, eyes wide. As he are they, alive. Hadrian forced his hands to stop trembling. Unconscious, broken arm, probably concussion, but alive. You didn't use magic. Didn't need to. He knelt beside the fallen attacker and pulled back their hood. The face beneath was unfamiliar, a middle-aged man with rough features and a patchy beard. Nobody Hadrian recognized. Do you know him? He asked Daphne. She leaned closer, studying the man's face. No, but look at his arm. Hadrian pushed up the man's sleeve. There, burned into the flesh, was a skull with a serpent emerging from its mouth. Death Eater, Daphne breathed. Or someone who wants us to think so. Hadrian stood, mind racing. We need to get back to the castle. Report this to the professors. They'll ask questions. Let them ask. Someone just tried to kill me in broad daylight. He looked at her, and some of the cold intensity faded from his expression. Are you all right? Your head. Daphne touched the cut on her forehead, winced. It's nothing. Head wounds bleed a lot, but they're usually minor. You should still have it looked at. Let her. She was staring at him with an expression he couldn't quite read. What you just did. I've never seen anyone move like that. Without magic, without a wand. Just hands and elbows and violence. Hadrian finished the sentence she couldn't. That's what Asgardian training looks like. We learn to fight before we learn to walk. Weapons are secondary. The body is always primary. It was terrifying. I know. He met her eyes. I'm sorry you had to see it. I'm not. Daphne's voice was quiet but firm. I'm glad you were here. I'm glad you knew what to do. She trailed off, swallowed. I just need a moment to process. Hadrian nodded. He understood. He remembered the first time he'd seen real violence, the confusion and horror that followed. She would work through it. She was strong enough for that. We should go, he said gently. Before anyone else shows up. They left the unconscious attacker in the alley and hurried toward the main street. There would be explanations to give, questions to answer, consequences to face. But those could wait. For now, the only thing that mattered was getting somewhere safe. The aftermath was chaotic. Professors swarmed the village. Aurors were summoned from the ministry. The unconscious Death Eater was taken into custody, his identity eventually confirmed as one Marcus Avery, a known associate of Voldemort who had escaped Azkaban 2 years earlier. Dumbledore questioned Hadrian personally, those blue eyes searching his face for lies or hidden truths. Hadrian gave him the facts, an unprovoked attack, self-defense, no magic used. He didn't mention the Norn stone or his suspicions about why someone might want him dead beyond the obvious reasons. Let the old man draw his own conclusions. Daphne corroborated his account, her Ice Queen mask firmly in place, revealing nothing beyond the bare minimum. The cut on her forehead had been healed by Madame Pomfrey, but a faint scar remained, a thin line that would fade with time. By nightfall, they were back in the Slytherin common room, and the story had already spread through the entire castle. The boy who lived, attacked by a Death Eater, defeating his assailant with his bare hands. Some versions had him killing the man. Others had him using wandless magic to tear the attacker apart. The truth was almost disappointing by comparison. "You're famous," Daphne said dryly. They were sitting in their usual corner, away from the main clusters of students, close enough to talk without being overheard. Again. I was already famous. Now I'm just famous for something I actually did. How does it feel? Hadrian thought about it. The rush of the fight had faded, replaced by a bone, deep exhaustion that had nothing to do with physical exertion. He'd come close to killing someone today, closer than he'd ever come before. "It feels like a beginning," he said finally. "The opening move in a game I don't fully understand yet." "You think there will be more attacks?" "Voldemort sent one assassin and it failed. He'll send more. Or he'll try something different. Either way, this isn't over." Hadrian looked at her. "You should distance yourself from me. Being associated with me is going to get more dangerous, not less." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. Then she reached out and took his hand, her fingers cold against his palm. "No," she said simply. "Daphne." I said no. Her eyes met his, and there was steel behind the ice. "I don't abandon my allies, Hadrian. Not when things get difficult. That's not who I am. I'm not asking you to abandon me. I'm asking you to be smart." "I am being smart. An alliance with you is more valuable than playing it safe on the sidelines." Her grip on his hand tightened. "And maybe, just maybe, this isn't only about political advantage. Maybe I actually care what happens to you. Did you consider that?" Hadrian stared at her. The words hit him harder than they should have, harder than he was prepared for. In Asgard, affection was always complicated, always wrapped up in expectations and obligations and the endless games of the court. He'd learned to distrust declarations of loyalty, to look for the hidden agendas beneath the surface. But Daphne wasn't lying. He could see it in her eyes, feel it in the steady pressure of her hand. She meant what she said. "I don't know how to respond to that," he admitted. "You don't have to respond. Just accept it." She released his hand and stood up, smoothing her robes. "I'm going to bed. It's been a long day. Tomorrow, we can start planning our next move." "Next move." "You have a Norn stone hidden in the castle, a Dark Lord trying to kill you, and a school full of people who can't decide if you're a hero or a threat." Daphne smiled, and there was something fierce in the expression. "We have work to do." She walked away toward the girls' dormitory, leaving Hadrian alone with his thoughts. He sat in the common room for a long time after that, watching the fire burn low in the grate. The Norn stone pulsed faintly in the back of his awareness, a distant heartbeat of cold power. Somewhere beyond these walls, Voldemort was plotting his next move. Dumbledore was weaving his webs. And the tournament that had brought him here was waiting to test him in ways he couldn't yet imagine. But he wasn't alone, that was the difference. In Asgard, he'd always felt like an outsider, tolerated but never truly accepted. Here, in this strange school with its weak magic and petty politics, he'd found something unexpected. A partner, an ally, maybe even a friend. Hadrian pulled out the enchanted mirror and whispered his father's name. Loki's face appeared, sharp and attentive. "Someone tried to kill me today," Hadrian said without preamble. "A Death Eater, in the village." Loki's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. And I handled it. Without magic. Just training." Hadrian paused. "You knew this would happen." You knew they would come for me. I suspected. The Dark Lord is not patient. He would want to test your defenses before committing to a larger strategy. Then you could have warned me, and rob you of the opportunity to prove yourself. Loki smiled, but there was no warmth in it. You survived, my son. More than survived. You demonstrated capability. That information will travel back to your enemies and give them pause. This isn't a game. Everything is a game. The only question is whether you're playing to win or just trying not to lose. Hadrian wanted to argue, wanted to rage against the cold calculation in his father's voice. But what would be the point? Loki was what he was. He wouldn't change, and Hadrian had known that for years. I found the Norn stone, he said instead, hidden in a room that appears when you need it. Did you put it there? The pause that followed was infinitesimal, but it was there, a heartbeat's hesitation before Loki's mask reasserted itself. What an interesting question, Loki said softly. Is that an answer? It's a reminder that the truth is rarely simple. That actions have consequences beyond their immediate effects. That sometimes the best traps are the ones you don't remember setting. Hadrian's blood ran cold. You don't remember? Memory is a curious thing, my son. It can be altered, erased, rewritten. Even gods are not immune to such manipulations. Loki's eyes held his through the mirror, and for once, there was no deception in them, just a wary, ancient sadness. Trust nothing, not even your own recollections. That is the only advice I can offer you. The mirror went dark before Hadrian could respond. He sat there in the dying firelight, turning his father's words over in his mind. Trust nothing. Not even your own recollections. What did that mean? Was Loki warning him about something? Confessing something? Or was this just another layer of misdirection? Another mask behind the mask? The Norn stone pulsed in the distance, cold and patient and waiting. Tomorrow, the game would continue. The questions would multiply. The danger would grow. But tonight, Hadrian allowed himself one small comfort. He pulled out a piece of parchment and began to write a letter. Not to Loki. Not to Thor or Odin or anyone in Asgard. To Daphne. A simple note, just a few lines, thanking her for standing beside him. For choosing to stay when she could have walked away. For seeing him clearly and not flinching from what she found. He didn't know if this was the beginning of something. Didn't know if it would last or what it would become. But for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he felt like he wasn't completely alone. And that, he decided, was worth protecting. The week following the attack passed in a blur of whispers and stares. Hadrian had grown accustomed to being watched since his arrival at Hogwarts, but this was different. Before, the attention had been curious, suspicious, sometimes hostile. Now it was tinged with something else. Fear, maybe, or respect. The students who had dismissed him as a curiosity now gave him a wide berth in the corridors. The ones who had openly mocked him fell silent when he entered a room. He had beaten a Death Eater with his bare hands. That story had spread through the castle like wildfire, growing more exaggerated with each retelling. By the end of the week, some versions had him killing the man with a single blow. Others claimed he had used ancient Asgardian blood magic to drain the attacker's life force. The truth was simpler and somehow more unsettling. He had used training and instinct and controlled violence, nothing more, and that simplicity scared people more than any magical explanation would have. "You're brooding again," Daphne said. They were in the library, their usual table, surrounded by the books they had acquired from tomes and scrolls. You get this look on your face, like you're trying to solve a puzzle that doesn't have a solution. Hadrian looked up from the text he had been pretending to read. I'm thinking about the attack. You've been thinking about the attack for days. What specifically? The timing. He closed the book and pushed it aside. Someone sent a Death Eater after me within 2 weeks of my arrival. That's fast. Too fast for someone who was just reacting to my presence. Daphne leaned back in her chair, considering. You think they knew you were coming before you arrived? I think someone told them, or arranged it. The words tasted bitter in his mouth. The enchantment on the tournament wasn't random. Someone put my name in that goblet knowing exactly what it would do. Knowing it would bring me here, to Hogwarts, where they could get to me. And you think that same person sent the assassin? Maybe. Or maybe there are multiple players. And they're not all on the same side. Hadrian drummed his fingers on the table, a nervous habit he had picked up from Loki. Either way, I need more information. I need to know who entered my name and why. The Goblet of Fire is heavily warded. Only someone with significant magical ability could have tampered with it. Which narrows it down to what? A few dozen people. The professors, the ministry officials, anyone who had access to the Great Hall during the selection period. He shook his head. Too many suspects. Not enough data. They sat in silence for a moment, the ambient sounds of the library washing over them. Pages turning, quills scratching, the distant murmur of students studying in other alcoves. What about your father? Daphne asked quietly. Hadrian's fingers stopped drumming. What about him? You said he was one of the only beings capable of hiding something from Heimdall. The Norn stone. She met his eyes, and there was no accusation in her gaze, just careful analysis. If he could smuggle an Asgardian artifact to Earth without being detected, he could certainly arrange for your name to be entered in a tournament. He wouldn't do that. Wouldn't he? You said yourself that everything with Loki is a test. That he raised you to be cunning, to think 3 steps ahead. Daphne's voice was gentle but relentless. What if this is just another test? What if he wanted to see how you would handle being thrown into danger without warning? The suggestion hit Hadrian like a blow to the chest. He wanted to deny it, to insist that his father would never manipulate him so callously. But the words wouldn't come, because somewhere deep down, in the part of himself that he rarely acknowledged, he knew it was possible. Loki was the god of mischief. Deception was his nature, his birthright, the fundamental core of who he was. He had lied to Odin, to Thor, to the entire population of Asgard. Why would his son be exempt from that pattern? I need to talk to him, Hadrian said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears, hollow. Tonight, I need to know the truth. Will he tell you? Probably not. But I need to ask anyway. Daphne reached across the table and took his hand. Her fingers were cool against his skin, grounding him in the present moment. Whatever you find out, she said, remember that you're not alone anymore. You have allies here. People who chose to stand beside you, not because they were obligated to, but because they wanted to. Hadrian looked at her hand in his, then up at her face. The Ice Queen mask was gone, replaced by something softer, more vulnerable. Why? He asked. Why do you care what happens to me? We've known each other for barely 2 weeks. Because I recognize something in you. Daphne's voice was quiet but steady. The masks you wear, the walls you build. The way you hold yourself apart from everyone, convinced that letting people in will only lead to pain. She squeezed his hand. I know what that feels like. And I know how lonely it is. For a long moment, Hadrian couldn't speak. The words had stripped away his defenses, cut through his carefully constructed armor like it was nothing. He felt exposed, vulnerable, seen in a way he hadn't been since he was a child, small and scared and desperately craving someone who would understand. Thank you, he managed finally. Daphne smiled, small but genuine. Don't thank me yet. We still have a mystery to solve, a dark lord to defeat, and apparently your father to interrogate. It's going to be a busy few months. Despite everything, Hadrian found himself laughing. It was a weak sound, barely there, but real. I like the way you prioritize things. Greengrass family trait. We're excellent at making lists. The astronomy tower was empty at midnight. Hadrian had chosen the location deliberately. High above the castle, far from prying eyes and listening ears. The wind cut through his robes like a knife, carrying the smell of rain and the distant rumble of thunder. A storm was building over the mountains, dark clouds rolling in to swallow the stars. He pulled out the enchanted mirror and held it in both hands, staring at his own reflection in the polished surface. His face looked pale in the dim light, shadows pooling beneath his eyes. He looked older than 14, worn down by secrets and suspicions, and the weight of questions he didn't want to ask. "Father," he said. The word felt strange on his tongue, heavy with meaning he wasn't sure he still believed. "I need to speak with you." The mirror's surface rippled, his reflection distorted, shifted, reformed into Loki's familiar features. Sharp cheekbones, green eyes that saw too much, a smile that could mean anything or nothing. Hadrian. Loki's voice was warm, but there was an edge beneath it. A wariness that hadn't been there before. "It's late, even for you. I have questions. You always have questions. That's one of the things I admire about you. These are different." Hadrian tightened his grip on the mirror. "I found the Norn stone, in the room of requirement, hidden behind wards that even Heimdall couldn't penetrate." Loki's expression didn't change, but something flickered in his eyes. "So you mentioned. I've been thinking about what you said. About trusting nothing. Not even my own recollections. About actions having consequences beyond their immediate effects." Hadrian's voice was steady, but his heart was hammering against his ribs. "I've been thinking about who could have put that stone there. Who would have the power and the motivation? And what conclusions have you reached?" "You." The word hung in the air between them, sharp and final. "You put it there. Years ago, maybe decades ago. You smuggled an Asgardian artifact to Midgard and hid it in a magical school, knowing that eventually someone would find it. Someone like me." Loki was silent for a long moment. The wind howled around the tower, thunder cracking closer now. When he spoke again, his voice was soft. "You've grown, my son. Your instincts have sharpened. I'm proud of you. Don't." Hadrian's voice cracked despite his best efforts to control it. "Don't patronize me. Tell me the truth. Did you put the stone there?" "Yes." The confirmation hit him like a physical blow. He had expected denial, deflection, another layer of misdirection. Not this simple, brutal honesty. "Why?" "Because I needed a way to draw the Dark Lord into the open. The Norn stone is exactly the kind of power Voldemort craves. Raw chaos capable of reshaping reality itself. He's been searching for artifacts like it for years, following rumors and legends across the wizarding world. Loki's eyes were cold now, calculating. I planted the stone as bait, a trap waiting to be sprung. And me. Hadrian's hands were shaking. Where do I fit into this trap? You are the trigger. Loki said it without hesitation, without apology. I needed someone on the ground. Someone who could monitor the stone, track who came looking for it, identify Voldemort's agents when they inevitably appeared. I needed someone smart enough to survive the danger and loyal enough to report back to me. Someone you could use. Someone I could trust. Loki's voice hardened. Do you think this was easy for me? Sending you into danger, knowing that you might be discovered, captured, killed. Every day since you arrived at that school, I have watched and waited and worried. But this was necessary, Hadrian. This was the only way. The only way to what? To catch Voldemort. To prove something to Odin. Hadrian laughed, a harsh, bitter sound that was torn away by the wind. Or to use your son as a pawn in whatever game you're playing. I am trying to protect you. For the first time, emotion cracked through Loki's mask. The Dark Lord will not stop until you are dead. The prophecy binds you together, links your fates in ways that cannot be severed. As long as he exists, you will never be safe. Not in Asgard, not on Midgard, not anywhere in the 9 realms. Then help me fight him. Train me, arm me, stand beside me when the battle comes. Don't manipulate me like I'm just another piece on your board. You don't understand. Loki's voice was quiet now, almost pleading. If I interfere directly, Odin will know. He will see my involvement as a threat to the stability of the realms, and he will act. He has already made his feelings about you clear, Hadrian. He tolerates your existence because you are useful, because you provide me with something to focus on besides my resentment of Thor. But if he believes you are becoming a weapon, well, he'll destroy me. He will try, and I may not be able to stop him. The words settled into Hadrian's chest like stones, cold and heavy. He had always known, on some level, that Odin saw him as a threat. The All-Father's gaze had never held warmth, only calculation. But to hear it stated so plainly, to understand that the man who ruled Asgard would murder him if he became too powerful, it changed things, made them real in a way they hadn't been before. So I'm a pawn either way, he said. His voice was flat, drained of emotion. To Voldemort, to Odin, to you. Everyone wants to use me for something. Everyone sees me as a tool to be wielded and discarded when I've served my purpose. That is not what I said, but it's what you meant. Hadrian stared at his father's face in the mirror, searching for something. Remorse, regret, any sign that the man who had raised him actually cared about more than the outcome of his plans. He found nothing. Just that familiar, calculating intelligence, those green eyes that revealed only what they chose to reveal. Did you ever love me? The question came out before Hadrian could stop it. Raw and wounded and desperately young. Or was I always just a project? A tool you were shaping for some future purpose? The silence that followed was the longest of Hadrian's life. Love is a complicated word. Loki said finally. It means different things to different beings. For mortals, it is often simple. Affection, attachment, the desire to protect and nurture. For gods, it's just another form of manipulation. For gods, it is survival. Loki's voice was soft, almost gentle. We live for millennia, Hadrian. We watch the people we care about age and die, while we remain unchanged. We learn, eventually, to hold everything at a distance, to protect ourselves from the pain of loss by never fully committing to anything or anyone. That's not an answer. No, it isn't. Loki's eyes met his through the mirror, and for just a moment the mask slipped. Beneath the calculation and the cunning, there was something else. Something that might have been grief. I care about you, Hadrian, more than I have cared about anyone in a very long time. But I will not pretend that caring is the same as loving. I don't know if I'm capable of that anymore. Perhaps I never was. The honesty was somehow worse than a lie would have been. Hadrian could have raged against deception, fought against manipulation. But this quiet admission of emotional limitation, there was nothing to fight, nothing to push back against. Just the cold reality that the closest thing he had to a father was fundamentally incapable of giving him what he needed. "Did you put my name in the goblet?" he asked. The question felt distant, like he was watching himself from somewhere far away. No, that was someone else. Ooh, I don't know. Yet, Loki's expression sharpened, the analytical mask sliding back into place. But I intend to find out. Whoever arranged for your presence at Hogwarts has their own agenda, their own reasons for wanting you exposed. Finding them is essential. Essential to your plan. Essential to keeping you alive. Loki leaned closer to the mirror. Listen to me, Hadrian. I know you're angry. You have every right to be. But you cannot afford to let that anger cloud your judgment. There are enemies all around you, some you know and many you don't. If you lose focus, if you let your emotions control you, they will destroy you. And what am I supposed to do? Just accept that everyone I trusted has been lying to me. Pretend that nothing has changed. No. Accept that the world is more complicated than you believed. That people can care about you and still use you. That loyalty and manipulation are not mutually exclusive. Loki's voice softened. I have never lied to you about what I am, Hadrian. You knew from the beginning that I am the god of mischief. That deception is woven into my very nature. If you chose to believe that you were somehow exempt from that nature, the disappointment is your own to bear. The words were cruel in their accuracy. Hadrian had known. Of course he had known. He had watched Loki manipulate courtiers and servants, and even Thor himself with effortless precision. He had seen the masks his father wore, the personas he adopted and discarded like costumes. He had just believed, foolishly, that their relationship was different, that the bond they shared transcended the games and the deceptions, that underneath it all, Loki loved him the way a father was supposed to love a son. Apparently, that had been the greatest illusion of all. I need to go, Hadrian said. His voice was steady now, emptied of feeling. I need to think. Hadrian, goodbye, father. He let the mirror go dark before Loki could respond. The storm broke. Rain hammered against the tower's stones, driven sideways by wind that howled like a wounded animal. Lightning split the sky, turning night into day for blinding instants, before plunging everything back into darkness. Thunder crashed, so close that Hadrian felt it in his bones. He stood at the edge of the tower, letting the rain soak through his robes, letting the cold seep into his skin. He should go inside, find shelter, get warm. He couldn't move. Something was building in his chest, something hot and dark and terrible. It clawed at the inside of his ribs, demanded release, screamed for destruction. His magic, his rage. The two had become indistinguishable, feeding off each other in an escalating cycle that threatened to tear him apart from the inside out. Control, Loki had always taught him. Control is everything. Without it, your power will consume you. But Loki was a liar. Everything he had taught, everything he had said, was tainted now. How could Hadrian trust any of it? The first crack appeared in the tower's stone railing. Just a hairline fracture, barely visible. Then another, and another. The ancient masonry began to groan, stress fractures spreading outward from where Hadrian's hands gripped the balustrade. He needed to stop. He knew he needed to stop, but the rage was too big, too overwhelming. It filled every corner of his mind, leaving no room for rational thought. His father had used him, had always planned to use him. Everything Hadrian thought he knew about their relationship was a lie, a manipulation, a game he hadn't even realized he was playing. The stone beneath his hands shattered. Fragments of rock exploded outward, whipped away by the wind. Hadrian stumbled back, staring at his hands. They were glowing. Faint green light pulsed beneath his skin, visible through the flesh like he had swallowed fire. Cold spread outward from his body. The rain began to freeze where it touched him, coating his robes in a shell of ice. The temperature on the tower dropped 10 degrees, 20, 30. His breath crystallized in the air. Frost crawled across the stones beneath his feet. This was wrong. He was losing control. If he didn't stop, didn't find some way to contain the storm inside him, he would. Hadrian. The voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Hadrian spun around. Daphne was climbing the last few steps to the tower's platform, fighting against the wind, her face pale and her hair plastered to her skull by the rain. "What are you doing here?" His voice came out distorted, wrong, too deep, too resonant, like multiple versions of himself speaking at once. "I felt something. Magic." She stumbled onto the platform, nearly losing her footing on the ice-slicked stones. The whole castle felt it. Like an earthquake, but different, like something was building toward dough. She stopped speaking, stopped moving. Her eyes had found his hands, the green light pulsing beneath the skin, and her face went white. "Hadrian, what happened? What's wrong? You need to leave." He tried to back away from her, but his feet wouldn't cooperate. The ice was spreading, anchoring him in place. "I can't control it. I don't know how to make it stop." "Then tell me what happened. Talk to me." Daphne took a step forward, then another, forcing herself closer despite the waves of cold radiating from his body. "You were talking to your father. Did he say something?" "He told me the truth." The words came out in a rush, jagged and raw. "About why I'm here. About everything. He's been using me, Daphne, this whole time. I'm just a piece in his game, just another tool to be manipulated and discarded."
That's not.
"Yes, it is." Another crack appeared in the stones at his feet. The tower groaned. "He doesn't love me," he told me himself. "He cares about me, whatever that means, but he can't love me. He's not capable of it. Everything I thought we had was just another lie." Daphne was close now. Close enough that the cold should have driven her back, should have frozen her solid. But she kept coming, her jaw set with determination, her eyes fixed on his face. "So what?" she said. The question was so unexpected that it broke through his spiral. "What?" "So your father used you. So he's incapable of loving you the way you need. So everything you believed about your relationship was built on manipulation." Daphne stopped directly in front of him, close enough to touch. "That's terrible. It's painful. I'm sorry you're going through it. But so what?" "So what?" "My entire life is a lie." "Your entire life is what you make of it." Her voice was sharp now, cutting through his self-pity with surgical precision. "Loki raised you. He trained you, protected you. gave you a home when you had nothing. Was that manipulation? Probably. Does that erase all the good that came from it? Node. You don't understand. I understand perfectly. Daphne grabbed his wrists, her fingers burning against his ice-cold skin. My father is a political shark who would sell me for the right alliance. My mother hasn't looked at me with genuine affection in years. I grew up knowing that my value to my family was measured in marriage prospects and business connections, not love. The green light beneath his skin flickered, the cold wavered. But I didn't let that define me. Daphne continued. I didn't collapse under the weight of their expectations or burn myself out trying to earn feelings they were never going to give. I decided who I wanted to be, and I became that person, regardless of what anyone else thought. It's not the same. It's exactly the same. Her grip on his wrists tightened. You are not your father's creation, Hadrian. You are your own person. The training he gave you, the skills he taught you, they belong to you now. He can't take them back. He can't unmake you. All he can do is use you if you let him. And if I don't let him, then you beat him at his own game. Daphne's eyes burned with fierce intensity. You take everything he gave you, and you use it for your own purposes. You find your own allies, build your own power base, make your own choices. You stop being a piece on his board and start being a player. The storm inside Hadrian began to calm. Not all at once, not completely, but the edges softened. The rage retreated to a dull ache. The magic ebbed back beneath his skin. The green light faded, the cold receded. How do you do that? He asked. His voice was raw, scraped thin by emotion. Do what? Make everything sound so simple. Daphne smiled, a tired but genuine expression. Practice and spite. Lots and lots of spite. Hadrian laughed. It was a broken sound, half sob and half genuine amusement. But it released something that had been clenched tight in his chest. I've been standing here freezing to death because I couldn't handle the truth about my father, he said. That's pathetic. A little bit. Daphne released his wrists and stepped back, examining him critically. You're covered in ice, and I think you cracked the foundations of the tower. Filch is going to have a fit. I'll fix it. Probably. You should also probably come inside before hypothermia sets in, for both of us. Hadrian looked around at the damage he had caused. The balustrade was gone. Chunks of stone scattered across the platform and presumably fallen to the grounds below. Cracks ran through the floor like spiderwebs. The entire structure seemed to be listing slightly to one side. That might take more than a quick repair spell, he admitted. We'll deal with it tomorrow. Right now, you need warmth and sleep and probably something to eat. Daphne took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. The contact sent a spark of warmth through his frozen body. Come on. I know a passage that leads directly to the kitchens. The house elves will make you hot chocolate. House elves. Small creatures with large ears. They do the cooking and cleaning, very enthusiastic about their work. She tugged him toward the stairs. I'll explain on the way. They left the tower together, stepping carefully over the ice-slicked stones. The storm was beginning to weaken, thunder growing distant, rain easing to a steady drizzle. Behind them, the damaged structure creaked ominously, but held. Hadrian let Daphne lead him through the darkened corridors, her hand warm in his. His mind was still reeling from everything that had happened, from Loki's revelations and his own loss of control and the terrifying moment when he thought the magic might consume him entirely. But he was also aware of something else, something new. He wasn't alone. The words Daphne had thrown at him on the tower kept echoing in his head. You are not your father's creation. You are your own person. Take everything he gave you and use it for your own purposes. It sounded so simple when she said it. So obvious. But somewhere deep inside, in the place where he kept the truths he didn't want to face, Hadrian knew it wasn't simple at all. Becoming his own person meant cutting ties. Making choices that Loki wouldn't approve of. Building a life that wasn't just an extension of his father's plans. It meant growing up. And maybe, for the first time, he was ready to do that. The kitchens were hidden behind a portrait of a bowl of fruit on the basement level. You tickle the pier, Daphne explained, demonstrating. The pier in the painting giggled and squirmed, then transformed into a door handle. Don't ask me why. Hogwarts is full of architectural decisions that make no sense. The door swung open to reveal a vast room filled with gleaming brass pots and roaring fires. Dozens of small creatures scurried about, their enormous ears flapping as they worked. One of them spotted the newcomers and immediately rushed over, practically vibrating with eagerness. Students visiting the kitchens. What can Winky be getting for young master and young miss? Tea, cakes, sandwiches, hot chocolate, Daphne said. 2 cups, and whatever sandwiches you have available. Winky is getting it right away! Young master and young miss should be sitting, resting. The creature disappeared into the chaos of the kitchen. Hadrian watched it go, bemused. House elves, he said. They're enthusiastic. They live to serve. Literally. Most of them are bound to Hogwarts or to specific families. They consider work a privilege, not a burden. Daff settled onto a bench near one of the fires. It's a complicated situation. Some people think it's slavery. Others argue that the elves are happiest when they're working. I try not to have opinions about things I don't fully understand. Hadrian sat down beside her, close enough that their shoulders almost touched. The warmth of the fire was already seeping into his frozen limbs, thawing the ice that had formed on his robes. I almost killed myself up there, he said quietly. On the tower, the magic was building and I couldn't stop it. If you hadn't come. But I did come. How did you know that I needed help? Daphne was quiet for a moment. When she spoke, her voice was thoughtful. I felt it. The magical surge. Everyone in the castle probably felt it. But I knew it was you because... She hesitated. Because I've been paying attention, learning the feel of your magic. And when I sensed that energy, that cold, that rage, I knew something was wrong. You've been learning my magic. It seemed prudent. Given everything that's been happening. She glanced at him, a hint of color in her pale cheeks. Is that strange? No. It's Hadrian searched for the right word. Thoughtful. Most people wouldn't bother. Most people don't interest me enough to make the effort. The words hung in the air between them, weighted with implications that neither of them seemed ready to address directly. Winky returned with a tray bearing 2 steaming cups of hot chocolate and a plate of sandwiches. The chocolate was rich and dark, almost too sweet, and the warmth of it spread through Hadrian's chest like a blessing. Thank you, he said to the elf. Winky's enormous eyes went even wider. Young master is thanking Winky. Young master is too kind. Winky is only doing her duty. She scurried away, still effusing gratitude. Hadrian watched her go, then turned back to Daphne. Can I ask you something? You're going to anyway, so yes. Why did you come to find me? Tonight, I mean. You could have stayed in bed, ignored the magical surge. Let me handle my own problems. Daphne set down her cup and looked at him directly. Her Ice Queen mask was nowhere in evidence. Just her. Raw and honest and more open than he had ever seen her. Because I've spent my entire life watching people I care about suffer alone, she said. My sister. Trying to be perfect because she thought that's what our parents wanted. My friends. Hiding their fears because showing weakness meant losing status. Everyone around me, building walls and putting on masks and pretending everything was fine when it clearly wasn't. And you. I was the worst of all. Her voice was soft now. I made my mask into a weapon, the Ice Queen, untouchable, unreachable. I convinced myself that keeping everyone at a distance was strength. That needing people was weakness. What changed? You. The word was simple, but the weight behind it was immense. You showed up out of nowhere, this impossible person from another world, and you looked at me like you actually saw me. Not the mask. Not the political asset. Me. The real person underneath all the defenses. Hadrian's throat tightened. I didn't do anything special. You treated me like an equal. You asked for my opinion, valued my knowledge, included me in your plans. You didn't try to manipulate me or use me or put me in a box labeled potential ally and ignore everything else. Daphne's hand found his, their fingers intertwining. Do you know how rare that is? In Slytherin. In the wizarding world. I think I'm beginning to understand. Good. She squeezed his hand. Because I meant what I said on the tower. You're not your father's creation. You're your own person, and I want to see who that person becomes. Not because of politics or alliances or strategic advantage. Because I care about you, Hadrian, the real you. Whoever that turns out to be. The words settled into Hadrian's chest, filling a space he hadn't realized was empty. For so long, he had defined himself in relation to others. Loki's son, Asgard's prince. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. He had never really considered who he was independent of those labels, those expectations. But Daphne was looking at him now like she saw something beyond all of that. Something worth discovering. I don't know who I am, he admitted. Not really. Everything I thought I knew about myself is tangled up with my father's influence, his training, his values, his way of seeing the world. If I strip all of that away, I'm not sure what's left. Then we'll find out together. Daphne's smile was small but warm. One day at a time. One choice at a time. Until you've built something that's entirely yours. That could take a while. I'm patient. They sat together in the warmth of the kitchens. Hands intertwined, the sounds of the house elves' bustling activity a comfortable backdrop. The hot chocolate cooled in their cups. The sandwiches went untouched. Neither of them seemed to notice. I should apologize, Hadrian said eventually, for what happened on the tower, the loss of control, the damage. It was irresponsible. You were in crisis. You're allowed to be irresponsible during a crisis. In Asgard, losing control of your magic is considered shameful, a sign of weakness or inadequate training. This isn't Asgard. Daphne's voice was firm. And you're not just a warrior or a sorcerer. You're a person. People have emotions. Sometimes those emotions are bigger than we can handle. That's not weakness. That's being alive. Hadrian considered this. It was such a different perspective from everything he had been taught. In Asgard, emotion was something to be controlled, channeled, directed toward useful ends. The idea that it was acceptable to simply feel, without purpose or goal, was almost foreign. But it was also liberating. My father told me once that love is a weakness. He said that gods live so long, they learn to hold everything at a distance, to protect themselves from the pain of loss by never fully committing to anything or anyone. That sounds lonely. I think it is. I think that's why he took me in originally. Not just as a project or a tool, but because he was lonely too. Hadrian stared at the fire, watching the flames dance. He'll never admit it. He'll never let himself be that vulnerable. But I think, somewhere underneath all the masks and manipulations, he wanted something real. Someone who could see past the god of mischief to whoever he is underneath. And you did. See him, I mean. I thought I did. Now I'm not sure, he sighed. Maybe that's the real tragedy. He wanted connection, but he was so terrified of it that he made it impossible. He pushed me away with one hand, while holding on with the other, and now you have to decide whether that broken kind of love is enough. Hadrian looked at her. Is it? For you, I mean. With your parents. Daphne was quiet for a long moment. No, she said finally. It's not enough. But it's what I have. So I take what I can get and I build the rest myself. Friends, allies. People who choose to care about me, not because of blood or obligation, but because they want to. People like me. People exactly like you. She leaned against his shoulder, her body warm and solid beside him. We're both damaged, Hadrian. We both come from families that failed us in fundamental ways. But that doesn't mean we're broken. It just means we have to be our own foundations. Build our own families. Define our own version of love. The words resonated in his chest, settling into the spaces where Loki's revelations had left wounds. Not healing them exactly. The pain was still there, still raw, but covering them with something softer, something hopeful. I don't know how to do that, he admitted. Build my own version of love. The only model I have is Loki's, and you've seen how well that's worked out. Then we'll figure it out together. Daphne's hand squeezed his again. Trial and error. Making mistakes and learning from them. That's how everyone does it, you know. Nobody starts out knowing how to love. It's a skill. You develop it with practice. Practice loving people. Practice being vulnerable. Practice trusting. Practice letting people in and not running away when things get difficult. She tilted her head to look up at him. Practice staying, even when it hurts. Hadrian thought about all the times he had wanted to run. From Asgard, from Hogwarts, from the uncomfortable truths that kept revealing themselves. It would have been easier to wall himself off, to retreat behind masks and manipulation and the cold comfort of solitude. But easier wasn't the same as better. I want to stay, he said. The words came out rough, uncertain. With you. I want to try. Daphne's smile was like sunrise. Good. Because I'm not letting you go that easily. She leaned up and kissed him. It was soft. Careful. A question more than a statement. Her lips were warm against his, and she tasted like chocolate and something sweeter underneath. For a moment, Hadrian froze. He had never been kissed before. Had never even considered the possibility. Asgardian culture didn't encourage romantic attachments for someone his age, and he had been so focused on training, on proving himself, on earning his father's approval, that he had never thought about what he might want for himself. But this felt right. He kissed her back. It was clumsy, inexperienced. Their noses bumped together, and he wasn't quite sure what to do with his hands. And somewhere in the kitchen's a house, Elf dropped a pot with a tremendous clatter. But none of that mattered. What mattered was the warmth spreading through his chest, the feeling of being connected to another person in a way that went beyond words or politics or strategic advantage. When they finally pulled apart, both of them were breathing harder than the brief kiss warranted. That was. Hadrian searched for the right word. Awkward. Daphne offered. Her cheeks were pink, but she was smiling. I was going to say unexpected, in a good way. In a very good way. They looked at each other for a long moment, something new and fragile hanging in the air between them. Then Daphne laughed, a genuine sound that broke the tension. We should probably get back to the dormitories. It's nearly 3 in the morning. Probably. Hadrian didn't move. The professors do bed checks sometimes. Let them check. You're going to get us in trouble. Almost certainly. She laughed again and stood up, pulling him with her. Come on, you disaster. We can continue this conversation tomorrow, when we're both less sleep-deprived and more capable of rational thought. They walked back through the quiet corridors hand in hand. The castle was sleeping around them, portraits snoring in their frames, suits of armor standing silent sentinel. The storm had passed, leaving behind clear skies and a waning moon. At the entrance to the Slytherin common room, they paused. Thank you, Hadrian said, for coming to find me, for saying the things I needed to hear, for everything. You can thank me properly tomorrow. Daphne's eyes sparkled with mischief. Be buying me lunch at Hogsmeade and telling me all about the elaborate revenge plans you're definitely already forming against your father. Who says I'm planning revenge? Please. You're Loki's son. Of course you're planning revenge. She kissed him once more, quick and light. Good night, Hadrian. Good night, Daphne. She disappeared through the common room entrance. Hadrian stood in the corridor for a long moment, touching his lips where her kiss still lingered. Everything had changed tonight. His understanding of Loki, his sense of self, his relationship with Daphne. The foundations of his world had cracked and shifted, leaving him standing on uncertain ground. But for the first time since arriving at Hogwarts, he didn't feel lost. He felt like he was exactly where he was supposed to be. The common room was empty when he finally entered. He made his way to his dormitory, changed into dry clothes, and collapsed into bed. Exhaustion claimed him almost immediately. His last thought before sleep dragged him under was of Daphne's words on the tower. You are not your father's creation. You are your own person. He was going to prove her right. Starting tomorrow. The attack came 3 days later. Hadrian was in the Great Hall when he felt it. Not with his ears or his eyes, but with something deeper. A tremor in the magical wards that surrounded Hogwarts. A crack in the ancient protections that had guarded the castle for 1,000 years. He dropped his fork. Daphne, sitting across from him, looked up from her breakfast. What is it? The wards. Hadrian was already on his feet, scanning the hall. The other students were eating and talking, oblivious. The professors at the head table seemed unconcerned. Nobody else had noticed. Something's wrong with the wards. I don't feel anything. You wouldn't? It's subtle. Like a... He searched for the right comparison. Like a crack in ice. Small at first, but spreading. Before Daphne could respond, Dumbledore stood up from the head table. His face had gone pale, those sharp blue eyes fixed on something only he could see. He raised his wand and spoke a single word that Hadrian didn't recognize. The Great Hall fell silent. All students will proceed immediately to their common rooms, Dumbledore said. His voice was calm, but there was steel beneath it. Prefects will ensure orderly movement. Professors will accompany their houses. This is not a drill. Chaos erupted. Students scrambled from their seats, shoving and pushing toward the exits. Voices rose in confusion and fear. Someone at the Hufflepuff table started crying. Hadrian didn't move. He was still focused on the wards, tracking the damage as it spread. The crack was widening. Whatever was on the other side was pushing through, forcing its way past protections that should have been impenetrable. Hadrian. Daphne grabbed his arm. "Want need to go?" "No." He pulled free of her grip. "I need to see what's happening," the headmaster said. I don't answer to him. He pushed through the crowd toward the main doors. Behind him, he heard Daphne curse under her breath, and then the sound of her footsteps following. He should have told her to go to the common room, to stay safe, to let him handle whatever was coming. But he knew she wouldn't listen. The entrance hall was pure pandemonium. Students from all 4 houses were streaming toward different staircases, their paths crossing and tangling in a mess of robes and shouting voices. Professors were trying to maintain order, but the fear was spreading faster than they could contain it. Hadrian ignored all of it. He made for the main doors of the castle, the ones that led out to the grounds and the path to Hogsmeade. The crack in the wards was centered there. Whatever was coming, it was coming from outside. "Mr. Potter." Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the noise. "Where do you think you're going?" "Students are to report to their common rooms immediately." "With respect, Professor, I'm going to see what's attacking the castle." "You will do no such thing. You are a student, not a soldier. The professors will handle." The doors exploded, not metaphorically. Actually exploded. Massive oak beams that had stood for centuries shattered into splinters and kindling, the force of the blast hurling students backward like ragdolls. Hadrian threw himself to the side, rolling behind a pillar as debris rained down around him. Through the smoking ruin of the doorway, figures in black robes and silver masks were pouring into the castle. Death Eaters. Dozens of them, maybe more. They fanned out across the entrance hall, wands raised, spells already flying toward the stunned defenders. Green light and red light and sickly purple, curses that Hadrian recognized, and some that he didn't. McGonagall was the first to recover. She stepped forward, wand slashing through the air, and a wall of stone erupted from the floor to block the incoming spells. 2 other professors joined her, adding their magic to the barrier. "Get the students out," she shouted. "Now." Hadrian watched the battle from behind his pillar, mind racing. This wasn't a random attack. The timing, the precision, the overwhelming force. Someone had planned this. Someone who knew exactly when and where to strike. The Norn Stone, of course. Voldemort had learned about the artifact, had tracked it to Hogwarts. And now he was here to claim it, willing to tear the castle apart to get what he wanted. "We need to get to the room of requirement," Hadrian said. Daphne had taken cover beside him, her face pale but her wand steady in her hand. "The stone, that's what they're after. If we go there, we lead them right to it. If we don't, they'll tear through the castle until they find it anyway. At least this way, we control the battlefield." A curse smashed into the pillar above their heads, showering them with stone fragments. Hadrian ducked lower, waiting for a gap in the assault. "On 3, he said. "We run for the stairs. I'll cover us." "Cover us how?" "You don't even have your wand out." "I don't need a wand." He didn't give her time to argue. 1, 2, 3. They burst from cover, sprinting toward the nearest staircase. Hadrian's hands came up, green energy crackling between his fingers. He didn't think about incantations or wand movements. He just reached for the power inside him and pushed. A wave of force slammed into the Death Eaters closest to them. Not a spell, not a curse. Just raw kinetic energy, the kind of magic that Asgardians wielded as naturally as breathing. Bodies flew backward, crashing into walls and pillars. Masks cracked. Wands clattered to the floor. What the bloody hell was that? Someone screamed. Hadrian didn't stop to explain. He grabbed Daphne's hand and pulled her up the stairs, taking them two at a time. Behind them, the sounds of battle echoed through the castle. Screams and explosions and the unmistakable crack of apparition. More Death Eaters. They were appearing throughout the castle, bypassing the main assault, spreading out to search for something. For the stone, they encountered their first group on the third-floor landing. 4 masked figures, wands raised, spells already forming on their lips. Hadrian didn't slow down. He launched himself at the nearest one, closing the distance before the curse could fly. His elbow drove into the man's throat. Something crunched. The Death Eater went down, choking and clutching his neck. The second one managed to fire a spell. Red light streaked toward Hadrian's chest. He twisted aside, feeling the curse singe the edge of his robes, and his hand caught the attacker's wand arm. Twist. Break. The scream that followed was almost inhuman. Daphne's stunner caught the third Death Eater in the back, while he was still trying to process what was happening. The fourth turned to run. Hadrian's thrown dagger took him in the shoulder, spinning him around. A follow-up kick to the head put him down for good. 4 attackers, maybe 10 seconds. "You're terrifying," Daphne breathed. Her voice was shaking, but she wasn't running. "You know that, right? Later." Hadrian retrieved his dagger, wiping the blade on the fallen Death Eater's robes. "We keep moving." They fought their way up through the castle. More Death Eaters, more violence. Hadrian lost count of how many he disabled, knocked unconscious, or simply threw aside with bursts of kinetic force. The training that Loki and the Valkyries had beaten into him was taking over, body moving on autopilot while his mind tracked threats and calculated angles. Daphne stayed close, covering his back with precise stunners and the occasional more dangerous curse when the situation demanded it. She wasn't a warrior. She didn't have his training or his power. But she was smart and she was brave, and she didn't flinch when things got ugly. By the time they reached the 7th floor, both of them were breathing hard and spattered with blood. Not all of it belonged to their enemies. "The corridor," Hadrian said, pointing ahead. "The room of requirement. We need to get there before." He stopped. Someone was already there. Standing in front of the blank stretch of wall, wand raised, was a figure that made Hadrian's blood run cold. Tall and impossibly thin, with skin so pale it was almost translucent, red eyes that burned with malevolent intelligence, a face that was barely human, more snake than man. Voldemort. The Dark Lord turned at the sound of their approach. His lipless mouth curved into something that might have been a smile. "Harry Potter." The voice was high and cold, like wind through dead leaves. "I had hoped you would come. It saves me the trouble of hunting you down." Hadrian pushed Daphne behind him. His heart was hammering against his ribs. His hands were shaking. This wasn't some hired assassin or masked minion. This was the monster from his nightmares, the creature who had murdered his parents. The Dark Lord that an entire nation lived in terror of. And he looked exactly as terrifying as the stories claimed. "You're here for the stone," Hadrian said. His voice came out steadier than he felt. "The stone." "Yes." Voldemort's eyes flickered to the wall behind him. "A curious artifact. Asgardian, if my research is correct. The kind of power that could reshape the world." Those burning red eyes fixed on Hadrian again. "But I confess I'm more interested in you. The boy who lived. The child who defied death itself. I was a baby. My mother's sacrifice did most of the work. So the legend claims." Voldemort raised his wand, and Hadrian felt the temperature drop several degrees. "But I sense something different in you now. Something that was not there before. Your magic tastes of other realms, of power far beyond what any mudblood's sacrifice could bestow. Guess I picked up some new tricks. Show me." The killing curse came without warning. No dramatic wind-up, no theatrical pronouncement. Just green light, impossibly fast, streaking toward Hadrian's chest. He didn't have time to dodge. Didn't have time to think. Instinct took over. His hands came up and the floor erupted in front of him. A slab of solid stone ripping itself from the foundations and interposing between him and the curse. The green light struck the stone and stopped. For a heartbeat, nothing happened. Then the slab crumbled to dust. The curse's energy dissipated harmlessly into the air. Voldemort's red eyes went wide. Impossible. For the first time, there was something other than cold confidence in the Dark Lord's voice. "The killing curse cannot be blocked. It is the ultimate expression of death magic. Nothing in your magic," Hadrian said. His hands were still raised, green energy crackling around his fingers. "But I don't use your magic," he attacked. "Not with spells or curses, with force." The stones of the corridor tore themselves from the walls and hurled toward Voldemort like a hailstorm of granite. The Dark Lord's shield flared, deflecting the first wave, but Hadrian was already moving. Telekinetic grip on a suit of armor. Swing it like a club. Voldemort sidestepped, robes billowing, and countered with a curse that turned the armor to molten slag. Hadrian ducked under the splatter and came up throwing pure kinetic force, a wave of invisible energy that should have pulverized bone. Voldemort caught it with a shield that materialized from nothing and threw it back doubled. Hadrian barely managed to deflect, the rebound smashing a crater into the wall beside him. They circled each other, both breathing hard. Voldemort's pale face was twisted with something that might have been fury or might have been delight. "Fascinating," the Dark Lord hissed. "You fight like no wizard I have ever encountered. Your magic is raw, chaotic, utterly foreign." He laughed, a high cold sound that echoed down the corridor. "I will enjoy dissecting you, learning the secrets hidden in your blood. You'll have to catch me first." Hadrian launched another attack, but this time Voldemort was ready. The Dark Lord's wand moved in patterns too fast to follow, and suddenly Hadrian was fighting not just one opponent, but a dozen. Illusions, solid enough to cast spells, flickered into existence around him. He recognized the technique. It was similar to what Loki had taught him, but twisted somehow. Darker. The illusions weren't just visual distractions. They carried fragments of Voldemort's killing intent, each one capable of casting curses that could wound or maim. Hadrian dispersed the first wave with a pulse of energy, but more appeared to replace them. He was being overwhelmed, forced back toward the stairs, his attacks growing more desperate as his reserves depleted. "You are powerful," Voldemort acknowledged, pressing his advantage. More powerful than any wizard your age has a right to be. But power without skill is merely destruction. And you, boy, have not yet learned to destroy efficiently. A curse slipped through Hadrian's defenses, slicing across his arm. Pain flared, hot and immediate. Blood began to soak through his sleeve. Another curse. This one caught him in the leg, spinning him around. He stumbled, went down on one knee. His vision was starting to blur at the edges. Hadrian! Daphne's voice, somewhere behind him. He had almost forgotten she was there. "Stay back!" he shouted. If she got involved, Voldemort would kill her without a second thought. She had no defense against the killing curse, no way to match the Dark Lord's power. Voldemort raised his wand for the final blow. His red eyes burned with triumph. "The prophecy spoke of you as my equal," he said. "But prophecies are merely possibilities, and this possibility ends now." Green light gathered at the tip of his wand, and then the corridor exploded. Not from Hadrian, not from Voldemort. From somewhere else entirely. A blast of energy so powerful that it hurled both combatants apart, shattered the remaining windows, and tore chunks from the ceiling. Through the smoke and debris, a figure stepped into view. Tall, lean, dressed in green and black leather that seemed to drink in the light around it. A face that Hadrian knew better than his own, sharp and pale and twisted into an expression of cold fury. "Loki. You should have run when you had the chance. Mortal." Loki's voice echoed with power, reverberating through the corridor like the voice of a god. Which, of course, it was. "Now you face the consequences of your ambition." Voldemort scrambled to his feet, his composure finally cracking. "What is this? Who are you?" "I am Loki Laufeyson, Prince of Asgard, god of mischief." Loki's smile was sharp enough to cut glass. "And you, little snake, have been playing with things far beyond your comprehension." Hadrian pushed himself upright, ignoring the pain in his arm and leg. His mind was reeling. Loki was here, on Midgard, in Hogwarts. After everything that had happened between them, after the betrayal and the accusations and the bitter words spoken through the enchanted mirror. "Why?" "Father," he managed. Loki's eyes flickered toward him, and for just a moment, the mask slipped. Something soft and worried showed through before the cold facade reasserted itself. "We will discuss your recklessness later," Loki said. "After I deal with this pest." "The Norn stone," Voldemort hissed. He had recovered from his initial shock, red eyes narrowing as he assessed this new threat. "You are its guardian. You hid it here. I placed it here." Loki corrected, "A's bait. For you. Though I confess, I didn't expect you to take it so directly. Your kind usually prefers to work through intermediaries. My kind. Mortals. Playing at power they do not understand." Loki began to circle, each step deliberate, predatory. "You split your soul to achieve immortality. Carved yourself into fragments and scattered them across the world like a child afraid of the dark. Did you really think such crude methods would elevate you to godhood?" Voldemort's pale face contorted with rage. "You know nothing of my power." "I know everything of your power. I have watched your pitiful little war from afar, tracking your movements, cataloging your weaknesses. You are not a god, Tom Riddle. You are a scared little boy who murdered his way to significance because he couldn't earn it any other way." The name hit Voldemort like a physical blow. Tom Riddle, his birth name. The name he had erased, the identity he had shed in his quest to become something more than human. "You dare." "I dare many things." Loki's smile widened. "That is rather the point. Voldemort attacked. The curse he threw was nothing Hadrian recognized. Black fire that screamed as it flew through the air, hungry and hateful and designed to consume everything it touched. Loki didn't dodge. He simply raised his hand and the fire bent around him, parting like water around a stone. Is that the best you can do? Loki sounded almost disappointed. I've seen more impressive pyrotechnics from children playing with matches. His counterattack was devastating. Green energy lanced from his fingertips, not a single bolt, but a web of interlocking streams that filled the entire corridor. Voldemort's shield shattered on contact. The Dark Lord flew backward, crashing through the wall behind him and into the classroom beyond. Loki followed, stepping through the hole in the masonry with the casual grace of a predator closing in on wounded prey. Hadrian limped after them, Daphne supporting his injured side. Through the gap in the wall, he could see the classroom had been transformed into a battlefield. Desks were overturned, windows shattered, the ceiling partially collapsed. Voldemort was on his feet again, but barely. Blood ran from a gash on his forehead, and his wand arm was hanging at an awkward angle. "This isn't possible," the Dark Lord gasped. "I am Lord Voldemort. I am immortal. I cannot be defeated by a god." Loki laughed. "Your immortality is a parlor trick. Fragments of a broken soul, scattered and hidden like a coward's treasure. I could destroy every one of your Horcruxes in an afternoon if I cared to try. I know about everything." Loki's voice was cold now, the amusement draining away. "I have been preparing for this moment for longer than you have been alive. Tom Riddle. Every move you make, every scheme you concoct, I have anticipated. You are not my equal. You are not even my opponent. You are merely an obstacle between me and what I want." "And what do you want?" Loki's gaze flickered to Hadrian. Just for a moment, just long enough for the answer to be clear without words. "Get the stone?" Loki said softly. "No. While I keep him occupied." Hadrian hesitated. Part of him wanted to stay, to fight alongside his father, to prove that he was more than just a piece being moved across a board. But he could see the calculation in Loki's eyes, the desperate edge beneath the confident facade. This wasn't a performance. This was real. And if they didn't secure the Norn Stone before Voldemort could claim it, everything would be lost. "Daphne," he said. "The room. Now." They ran for the corridor, leaving the sounds of battle behind them. Hadrian's legs screamed with every step, blood soaking through the makeshift bandage Daphne had wrapped around the wound. But he kept moving. He had to keep moving. The blank stretch of wall appeared ahead. Hadrian focused through the pain, visualizing what he needed. A door materialized, old and iron-bound and pulsing with cold energy. "Stay here," he told Daphne. "Guard the entrance. Don't let anyone through. Hadrian, please." He grabbed her hand, squeezed it once. "I need to do this alone." She looked at him for a long moment. Then she nodded, positioning herself in front of the door with her wand raised. Hadrian pushed through and entered the room of requirement. The stone was exactly where he had left it. Sitting on its pedestal of black rock, veins of silver pulsing with cold light. The entire room hummed with its power, the mountains of forgotten objects trembling slightly, as if in anticipation. Hadrian approached slowly. The closer he got, the stronger the pull became. The stone wanted him to touch it, wanted him to claim its power for his own. The temptation was almost overwhelming. But he had learned enough about Asgardian artifacts to know the dangers. The Norn stones were fragments of chaos itself, They amplified what was already there, magnified desires and intentions until they consumed the wielder. A person who touched a Norn stone with greed in their heart would be devoured by that greed. Someone who touched it with fear would be paralyzed forever. So what would happen to someone who touched it with uncertainty, with the confused tangle of emotions that had been churning inside Hadrian for weeks? Only one way to find out. He reached out and placed his hand on the stone. Cold. Absolute bone, deep cold that swept through him like a wave. His vision went white. His thoughts scattered. For an endless moment, he was nothing but a point of awareness floating in an infinite void of chaos and potential. Then the voices started. Not words, exactly. More like impressions. Feelings and images and fragments of memory that didn't belong to him. He saw Asgard burning. He saw Earth frozen solid. He saw Voldemort triumphant, standing atop a mountain of corpses. He saw Dumbledore weeping over the bodies of children. He saw himself, older, harder, wearing a crown of ice and shadow. He saw Daphne, dead in his arms. He saw Loki, kneeling before a throne, chains around his wrists, waiting for an axe to fall. Possible futures. Probable outcomes. The Norn stone showing him what might be, what could be, what would be if he made the wrong choices. But futures weren't fixed. That was the whole point. The stone showed possibilities, not certainties. And Hadrian had been raised by the god of mischief, trained to understand that fate was just another game to be cheated. He pushed back against the visions, not with force but with will, with clarity of purpose. He wasn't here to claim the stone's power for himself. He wasn't here to reshape reality according to his desires. He was here to protect it, to keep it out of the hands of those who would misuse it. The stone resisted. It didn't want to be contained. It wanted to be used, wanted to fulfill its purpose of amplification and transformation. Hadrian didn't care what it wanted. He reached deeper, past the visions and the temptations, down to the fundamental core of the artifact. There, at the center of all that chaos, he found something unexpected, a thread of connection, leading back to Asgard, to the world tree, to the source of all magic in the 9 realms. He grabbed the thread and pulled. The stone screamed. Not a sound, exactly, but a psychic shriek that tore through the room of requirement like a physical force. Objects toppled from the piles of junk. The walls cracked. The ceiling began to buckle. And then, all at once, it was over. Hadrian stood before the pedestal, the Norn stone cupped in his hands. It was still cold, still pulsing with silver light. But the overwhelming pressure was gone. The pull of temptation had faded to a manageable whisper. He had contained it. Not destroyed, not claimed, but contained. Bound its chaos to his will without being consumed by it. The door to the room burst open. Daphne stumbled through, her face pale and terrified. "Hadrian! The Death Eaters are retreating, but there's something happening with Voldemort and your father, and I don't know what." "I have it." He held up the stone. "It's contained, at least for now. What do we do with it?" Before Hadrian could answer, the entire castle shook. A pulse of magical energy swept through the building, strong enough to knock both of them off their feet. The mountains of forgotten objects finally collapsed, burying the room in an avalanche of debris. Hadrian grabbed Daphne and dove for the door, barely making it through before a wardrobe the size of a small car crashed down where they had been standing. They emerged into the corridor to find chaos. The walls were cracked and bleeding. Magical fire burned in patches, consuming tapestries and portraits. Students and professors ran in every direction, some fighting, some fleeing, some lying motionless on the floor. And at the center of it all, two figures locked in combat. Loki and Voldemort. They were no longer trading spells at range. They were close, so close they were almost touching, their magic clashing in a corona of green and black energy that made Hadrian's teeth ache. Loki had a dagger in his hand, driving it toward Voldemort's throat. Voldemort had his wand pressed against Loki's chest, the tip glowing with the sickly green of a killing curse ready to fire. Stalemate. One move from either of them, and both would die. "Father!" Hadrian started forward, but Daphne grabbed his arm. "Wait, look," she pointed. Behind Voldemort, in the shadows of a collapsed archway, more Death Eaters were gathering. A dozen, maybe more. Their wands were trained on Loki's back, waiting for a signal. "If he kills your father, they'll kill him before he can celebrate," Daphne said quietly. "But if your father kills Voldemort first, they'll destroy him anyway." Hadrian's mind raced. It's a trap. Voldemort knows he can't win alone, so he's forcing a mutual destruction. He's counting on his servants to avenge him. Can we stop them? Hadrian looked at the Norn stone in his hands. Contained, but not inert. The power was still there, waiting to be directed. He could use it. Unleash that chaos against the Death Eaters. Scatter them like leaves in a storm. But what would that cost? The stone amplified intentions. If he used it with violence in his heart, the violence would grow beyond his control. There had to be another way. "Cover me," he said. "I need 30 seconds. To do what?" Something stupid. He ran toward the standoff before she could stop him. The Death Eaters saw him coming and started to raise their wands, but Hadrian wasn't attacking them. He wasn't attacking anyone. He was doing something far more dangerous. He stepped directly between Loki and Voldemort and raised the Norn stone above his head. "Stop." The word echoed with power. Not shouted, but spoken with absolute conviction. The stone's energy flowed through him, amplifying his intent, projecting his will across the entire corridor. Everyone froze. The Death Eaters. The professors who had been fighting toward the scene. Even Loki and Voldemort, locked in their death grip, went utterly still. "This ends now," Hadrian said. His voice sounded strange to his own ears. Older, harder, like someone who had seen too much and learned too hard. "Voldemort, you came here for this stone. You can't have it. It doesn't belong to your world. It doesn't belong to any world. It's a fragment of chaos itself, and if you touch it, it will consume you just like it tried to consume me." Voldemort's red eyes burned with hunger. "You lie. That power could be mine, could make me truly immortal, truly invincible. It would make you nothing. A puppet dancing on strings of madness. I've seen it, Dark Lord. The stone showed me what you would become if you claimed it. An empty shell, screaming forever in a void of your own creation." Hadrian met those burning eyes without flinching. "Is that the immortality you want?" For a long moment, Voldemort said nothing. His wand was still pressed against Loki's chest. The killing curse was still primed and ready. Then, slowly, he stepped back. "This isn't over, Harry Potter." The name came out as a hiss, a promise of future pain. "The stone may be beyond my reach today, but you are not, and when we meet again, there will be no gods to protect you." He turned and walked toward his gathered servants. One by one, they began to disapparate, vanishing with soft cracks of displaced air. In moments, the corridor was empty of all enemies. Hadrian let the stone's power fade. His legs buckled. He would have fallen if Loki hadn't caught him. That, his father said quietly, was either incredibly brave or impossibly stupid. I haven't decided which. Both, probably. Hadrian's voice was barely a whisper. Father, later. Loki's arms tightened around him. Rest now, we'll talk when you wake. The stone, I's safe. You're safe. That's all that matters. Hadrian wanted to argue. Wanted to demand explanations, to understand why Loki was here, why he had come. What this meant for everything they had said to each other through the mirror. But the darkness was closing in. The adrenaline that had kept him moving was draining away, leaving nothing but exhaustion and pain and the overwhelming need to sleep. The last thing he heard before consciousness faded was Daphne's voice, calling his name, and his father's soft response. He'll be all right. I promise. He'll be all right. And somehow, despite everything, Hadrian believed him. He woke in the hospital wing. White ceiling, white sheets. The smell of potions and antiseptic. Sunlight streaming through tall windows, painting golden rectangles on the floor. Hadrian tried to sit up and immediately regretted it. Pain lanced through his side, sharp and insistent. He groaned and fell back against the pillows. Easy. Daphne's voice. She was sitting in a chair beside his bed, dark circles under her eyes and her robes still stained with dust and dried blood. You've been out for almost 2 days. The healers said your magical reserves were completely depleted. You're lucky to be alive. The battle. What happened? The Death Eaters retreated after Voldemort left. The professors managed to secure the castle, but there were casualties. 3 students dead. Dozens injured. Her voice was flat, controlled. The Ice Queen mask back in place. Dumbledore has been meeting with ministry officials non-stop. There's talk of closing the school. Hadrian processed this slowly. 3 students dead. Because of an attack that was meant to capture an artifact he had discovered. An artifact his father had planted. Where's Loki? Your father left shortly after the battle ended. He said he had to return to Asgard before Odin noticed his absence. Daphne's expression softened slightly. But he left something for you. On the table, Hadrian turned his head, wincing at the pain the movement caused. On the bedside table sat a small wooden box, intricately carved with Norse runes. Beside it was a folded piece of parchment. He reached for the parchment first. His hands were shaking, whether from weakness or emotion he couldn't tell. The handwriting was elegant, precise. Unmistakably Loki's. Hadrian, I know you have questions. I know you're angry and confused and feeling betrayed. You have every right to those feelings. I did use you. I did manipulate you. I did place you in danger for my own purposes. These things are true, and I will not insult you by denying them. But I need you to understand something. When I found you, all those years ago, you were a broken thing. A child who had been locked in a cupboard, starved and beaten and treated worse than an animal. I took you because I saw potential. Because I saw a weapon I could forge. And somewhere along the way, without meaning to, without wanting to, I began to see something else. I see my son. I don't know how to love, Hadrian. That capacity was burned out of me long ago, by a childhood that was perhaps not so different from yours. But I know how to protect. I know how to fight for what is mine. And you, for all the complications that entails, are mine. I came to Hogwarts because you were in danger. I fought Voldemort because he threatened you. I would have died in that corridor if it meant keeping you safe. That is not manipulation. That is not a game. That is simply what I am. In the box, you'll find a gift. Something I've been saving for when you were ready. I think, after what you did with the Norn Stone, you've proven that you are. Trust yourself, my son. You are more than I ever imagined you could be. And I am proud of you. Loki. Hadrian read the letter 3 times. His vision blurred, and he realized he was crying. Stupid, weak. He wiped his eyes with the back of his hand and reached for the box. Inside, nestled in black velvet, was a dagger. Not just any dagger. This one was different. The blade was made of some dark metal that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. The handle was wrapped in leather the color of dried blood. And etched into the blade, in runes so small they were almost invisible, was a single word, Lokisin. "It's beautiful," Daphne said softly. She had moved closer while he was reading, her hand resting on his shoulder. "It's Asgardian." Hadrian lifted the dagger, feeling the weight of it, the balance. It fit his hand perfectly. The metal is called Uru, the same material Thor's hammer is made from. Nearly indestructible. And the runes. He traced them with his finger. "They bind the blade to my bloodline. No one else can wield it. A gift fit for a prince. A gift fit for a son." They sat together in silence for a while. The hospital wing was quiet, most of the other patients apparently sleeping or elsewhere. Through the windows, Hadrian could see the grounds of Hogwarts, the grass still scorched in places from the battle, students and professors working to repair the damage. "What happens now?" Daphne asked eventually. "I don't know." Hadrian set the dagger aside and took her hand. "Voldemort is still out there. The Norn Stone needs to be properly secured. The tournament is still happening, supposedly. And He paused, struggling to put his thoughts into words. "I have a lot to figure out. About my father. About myself. About what I want my life to be. You don't have to figure it out alone." He looked at her. She looked back, steady and unafraid. "I know," he said. "That's the one thing I'm actually sure about." Daphne leaned down and kissed him, soft and warm and tasting of the tea she had been drinking. When she pulled back, she was smiling. "Good. Because I have no intention of letting you face any of this without me." Her smile turned mischievous. "Someone has to keep you from doing stupid brave things that almost get you killed." "I thought that was incredibly brave or impossibly stupid." "Same thing. Usually." Hadrian laughed. It hurt his ribs, but he didn't care. He was alive. His father had come for him. Daphne was here. The worst had happened and they had survived. For now, that was enough. The door to the hospital wing opened, and Dumbledore entered. He looked older than Hadrian remembered, the lines on his face deeper, the twinkle in his eyes dimmed. Behind him came McGonagall, Snape, and several other professors. "Mr. Potter," Dumbledore said gravely. "Or should I say, Mr. Lokisin. I believe we have much to discuss." Hadrian straightened in his bed, ignoring the pain. He met the headmaster's gaze without flinching. "Yes," he said, "I believe we do." The conversation that followed lasted for hours. Hadrian told them about the Norn Stone, about his discovery of the Room of Requirement, about his father's role in placing the artifact there, and the reasons behind it. He didn't tell them everything. Some secrets were not his to share, but he told them enough. Dumbledore listened without interrupting, those sharp blue eyes studying Hadrian with an intensity that was almost uncomfortable. When Hadrian finished, the old wizard was silent for a long moment. "You understand," Dumbledore said finally, "that what you've described changes everything. The wizarding world has always believed itself isolated. protected. The idea that beings from other realms have been manipulating events here, placing artifacts of unimaginable power within our reach. I understand that it's complicated. Complicated. Dumbledore almost smiled. Yes, that is one way to describe it. He stood and walked to the window, looking out at the damaged grounds. The Ministry will want answers. They will want to know how this happened, who is responsible, what measures are being taken to prevent future incidents. They will want someone to blame. And you're wondering if I should be that someone. I'm wondering if protecting you will be worth the political cost. Dumbledore turned back to face him. You are not an ordinary student, Mr. Loki. You never have been. The question is whether you are an asset or a liability. Hadrian felt Daphne's hand tighten on his. And what have you decided? That the question itself is flawed. Dumbledore returned to his seat, settling into it with a sigh. You are not a piece to be evaluated based on utility. You are a person. A young man who has been placed in impossible circumstances through no fault of his own, and who has consistently risen to meet challenges that would have broken most adults. Then you'll protect me. I will do what I can, but you should understand that my protection has limits. The Ministry has its own agenda. Voldemort has his own plans. And your father. Dumbledore's expression was unreadable. Your father is a variable I cannot predict or control. Nobody controls Loki. Not even Loki. Yes, I'm beginning to understand that. The headmaster rose again, and the other professors moved toward the door. Rest, Mr. Loki-san. Recover your strength. The tournament will resume in 3 weeks, and you are still a competitor. Sir. Hadrian stopped him before he could leave. The stone. What will happen to it? It has been secured. For now, it remains at Hogwarts under wards that I have personally reinforced. In time, we may need to discuss returning it to Asgard. Dumbledore paused at the door. But that is a conversation for another day. Good afternoon, Mr. Loki-san. Miss Greengrass. He left. The door closed behind him. Hadrian let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That went better than I expected, Daphne said. He's planning something. I could see it in his eyes. Dumbledore is always planning something. That's rather his defining trait. She settled back into her chair, pulling her legs up beneath her. But I don't think he's your enemy. Not yet, anyway. Not yet. Hadrian picked up the dagger again, turning it over in his hands. But that could change. Everyone's loyalties could change, depending on what happens next. And what do you think happens next? Hadrian was quiet for a moment. Outside the window, the sun was beginning to set, painting the sky in shades of orange and red. The castle was still standing. The world was still turning. Against all odds, they had survived. I think, he said slowly, that I need to stop reacting and start planning. My father had his schemes. Voldemort has his. Even Dumbledore has his. Everyone is playing games within games, trying to position themselves for whatever comes next. And you want to start playing too. I want to stop being a piece on their boards. He met her eyes. I want to be a player, Daphne smiled. It was sharp and fierce and absolutely beautiful. Then we'd better start planning, she said. Because the game is just beginning. 3 weeks passed. The castle healed faster than the people inside it. Magic could mend stone and glass, could erase scorch marks and fill cracks in ancient walls. But it couldn't bring back the 3 students who had died in the attack. It couldn't erase the nightmares that woke survivors screaming in the middle of the night. It couldn't undo the fear that had settled over Hogwarts like a shroud. Hadrian watched the recovery from a distance. Still confined to the hospital wing for the first week, while his magical reserves slowly replenished. Daphne visited every day, bringing news from the common room and updates on the political chaos unfolding in the wider world. The Daily Prophet had gone mad. Boy who lived returns as Asgardian prince. One headline screamed, "God of mischief battles Dark Lord in Hogwarts corridors," declared another. The stories were wild, contradictory, filled with speculation and outright fabrication. Some painted Hadrian as a hero who had saved the school from destruction. Others suggested he was a dark wizard in disguise, possibly even in league with Voldemort. A few particularly unhinged opinion pieces claimed the entire attack had been staged as part of some elaborate foreign conspiracy. "They don't know what to make of you," Daphne said, tossing the latest paper onto his bed. "You don't fit any of their categories." The boy who lived was supposed to be humble and British and properly wizarding. Instead, they got an arrogant Asgardian prince who fights with his bare hands and summons gods to battle dark lords. "I didn't summon Loki. He came on his own. They don't know that, and honestly, I'm not sure the distinction matters to them." She settled into her usual chair, tucking her legs beneath her. "The ministry has been demanding interviews. Dumbledore has been deflecting, but he can't hold them off forever. What do they want to know? Everything. Where you've been for 14 years. Who trained you? What your relationship with your father really is. Whether you're a threat to wizarding Britain." Daphne's expression was carefully neutral. "There are factions in the Wesengamot calling for your arrest. Others want to recruit you. A few seem to think you should be dissected for study." Hadrian laughed, though there wasn't much humor in it. "Busy people, scared people. That's worse." She reached out and took his hand, her fingers cool against his palm. "The attack changed things, Hadrian. Before, you were a curiosity, an anomaly. Now you're proof that the wizarding world isn't as isolated as they believed, that there are powers out there beyond their understanding or control. And that terrifies them. Wouldn't it terrify you? Finding out that everything you thought you knew about the world was incomplete." Daphne squeezed his hand. "They're not wrong to be afraid. They're just wrong about who they should be afraid of." The second week brought the ministry delegation. They arrived on a Tuesday morning, a procession of officials in formal robes and self-important expressions. Hadrian watched them cross the grounds from his window in the hospital wing, counting heads and assessing threats out of habit. Dumbledore met them at the castle gates, flanked by McGonagall and several other professors. The conversation was too distant to hear, but body language told a story of tension and barely concealed hostility. The ministry officials wanted something. Dumbledore was refusing to give it. Eventually, a compromise seemed to be reached. The delegation was allowed inside, but only after surrendering their wands to the castle's security spells. "They want to question you," Madame Pomfrey said, appearing at his bedside with a tray of potions. "The headmaster has agreed to allow a single interview, supervised by himself and a legal representative of your choosing." Legal representative. Standard procedure for a ministry interrogation. They can't force you to answer questions without proper representation. The healer set down the tray with more force than necessary. "Though I've told them you're in no condition for stress. The nerve of these people, barging in here when my patients are still recovering." I'll be fine. Hadrian swung his legs over the side of the bed, ignoring the twinge of pain in his still, healing side. When do they want to see me? This afternoon. 2 o'clock. In the headmaster's office. Pomfrey fixed him with a stern look. You will drink all of these potions before then, and you will tell me immediately if you feel dizzy, nauseous, or otherwise unwell. Yes, ma'am. The potions tasted like various forms of liquid misery. Hadrian forced them down one by one, grimacing at each new flavor of awful. By the time he finished, his body felt stronger, but his mouth felt like something had died in it. Daphne arrived just before 2, dressed in formal robes and carrying a leather satchel. I've been studying wizarding law for the past 3 days, she announced. Contract disputes, criminal procedure, magical creature rights. It's dry as dust but surprisingly comprehensive. You're going to be my legal representative. Unless you have a better option. She raised an eyebrow. I'm a greengrass. We've been navigating political minefields for centuries. I think I can handle a ministry interrogation. Hadrian smiled despite himself. I wouldn't want anyone else. They walked to the headmaster's office together, Daphne briefing him on what to expect along the way. The ministry officials would try to establish a narrative, she explained. They would ask leading questions, designed to make him seem either dangerous or controllable. His job was to give them nothing they could use, while appearing cooperative enough to avoid immediate repercussions. Don't volunteer information. Don't speculate. Don't make promises you can't keep. Daphne stopped at the base of the spiral staircase leading to Dumbledore's office. And whatever you do, don't lose your temper. They'll be trying to provoke you. Don't give them the satisfaction. You've done this before. My father has been questioned by the ministry 6 times. I learned from watching him. She straightened his robes with a critical eye. You look presentable. Try to seem humble and cooperative. It'll confuse them. The office was crowded when they arrived. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, looking serene and slightly amused. 3 ministry officials occupied conjured chairs on the other side, their expressions ranging from suspicious to openly hostile. McGonagall stood by the door, arms crossed, radiating disapproval at the entire proceeding. And in the corner, barely visible in the shadows, was a figure that made Hadrian's heart skip. Not Loki, but close. Frigga, Queen of Asgard, his father's mother, the woman who had helped raise him during those early years when Loki was too busy with schemes and plans to manage a small child. She looked exactly as he remembered, regal and beautiful, with silver gold hair and eyes that seemed to see through every pretense. What was she doing here? Ah, Mr. Potter. Or is it Lokeson? I confess I'm uncertain which name you prefer. The lead ministry official was a thin man with a pinched face and the air of someone who had never been wrong about anything in his life. I am Cornelius Fudge, Minister for Magic. These are my colleagues, Dolores Umbridge and Pious Thickness. Hadrian is fine. He took the seat that had been prepared for him, Daphne settling into the chair beside him. And I believe the proper form of address is actually Your Highness, given my official status in Asgard. But I'm willing to overlook the breach of protocol. Fudge's face reddened. Beside him, a squat woman in pink robes made a small, unpleasant sound. We are not here to discuss foreign titles, Fudge said stiffly. We are here to establish facts about your involvement in the recent attack on this school and your relationship with the dark wizard who calls himself Lord Voldemort. My involvement was defensive. My relationship with Voldemort is that he wants to kill me. Hadrian kept his voice calm, his posture relaxed. Is there anything else you'd like to know? The questioning went on for hours. They asked about his childhood. He told them he had been raised in Asgard, which was true. They asked about his training. He told them he had learned magic and combat from various teachers, which was also true. They asked about his father's motives, his own loyalties, his plans for the future. Hadrian gave them nothing they didn't already know. He answered questions with questions. He deflected accusations with bland statements of fact. He let Daphne interrupt whenever the questioning veered into legally questionable territory, which happened more often than he would have expected. Through it all, Frigga watched in silence. When the ministry officials finally ran out of questions, or perhaps out of patience, they conferred in whispered voices for several minutes. Fudge's face grew progressively more frustrated. The woman in pink, Umbridge, looked ready to explode. "Very well," Fudge said at last. "We find no grounds for immediate action against Mr. Hadrian. However, the ministry reserves the right to revisit this matter should new evidence come to light, and we strongly recommend that he be monitored closely for the remainder of his time at Hogwarts." "Noted," Dumbledore said mildly. "Is there anything else?" "One more thing." Fudge turned to Frigga, and for the first time, uncertainty crept into his expression. "We were not informed that a representative of Asgard would be present at this interview." "I am here as an observer," Frigga said. Her voice was calm, musical, carrying an authority that made Fudge seem like a child playing at importance. "My grandson's welfare is of concern to the throne of Asgard. Surely you understand." "Grandson." Fudge's uncertainty deepened. "I was under the impression that the boy was merely a ward of Prince Loki, not. Family is defined by more than blood." "Minister." Frigga rose from her chair, and somehow the motion made everyone else in the room seem smaller. "Hadrian is the son of my son, in all ways that matter. Asgard's protection extends to him fully. I trust that will not be a problem." It was not a question. Fudge swallowed visibly. No, of course not. "We have no quarrel with Asgard." "I am pleased to hear it." Frigga crossed the room and placed a hand on Hadrian's shoulder. "Come, child. We have much to discuss." They left the office together, Daphne trailing behind. The moment they were out of earshot, Hadrian let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. "Grandmother. What are you doing here?" "Looking after you." Frigga's hand was warm on his shoulder, grounding. "Your father sent word of what happened. Odin would have preferred to ignore the matter, but I convinced him that a representative of the throne should be present." "You convinced Odin." "I can be very persuasive when I choose to be." Her lips curved into a small smile. "You've grown so much since I last saw you, Hadrian. The frightened child I remember has become something quite remarkable." "I don't feel remarkable. I feel like I'm barely keeping my head above water." "That is often how growth feels, from the inside." She guided him toward a quiet alcove, away from the main corridors. Daphne positioned herself at the entrance, giving them privacy while keeping watch. "Your father is proud of you. He would never say it so directly, but I know him. What you did with the Norn Stone, facing Voldemort, choosing to protect rather than to destroy, these are not the actions of a weapon. They are the actions of a king." Hadrian's throat tightened. "I'm not a king. I'm not even sure what I am." "You are Hadrian Lokeson. That is more than enough." Frigga cupped his face in her hands. the way she had when he was small and frightened and desperate for comfort. You have your father's cunning and your mother's heart. You have been forged in fire and emerged stronger for it. Whatever path you choose, whatever future you build, you will not face it alone. Odin still sees me as a threat. Odin sees everyone as a potential threat. It is both his greatest strength and his greatest weakness. Frigga released his face but kept hold of his hands. He has asked me to deliver a message, a choice. Hadrian felt his stomach clench. What kind of choice? You have proven yourself capable of handling Asgardian power without being consumed by it. The throne is prepared to recognize you officially as a prince of the realm, with all the rights and responsibilities that entails. Frigga's eyes searched his face. But there is a condition. There's always a condition. You would need to return to Asgard. Permanently. Your place would be at court, learning to navigate the politics of the 9 realms, preparing for whatever role destiny has in store for you. She paused. You would need to leave this world behind. Your friends. Her gaze flickered to where Daphne stood guard. Your connections. The words hit Hadrian like a blow. Return to Asgard. Be recognized as a prince. Take his place in the golden halls he had grown up in, surrounded by power and privilege and the only home he had ever known. But leave Daphne. Leave Hogwarts. Leave behind everything he had discovered about himself in the past few weeks. How long do I have to decide? The tournament concludes in 2 weeks. Odin expects an answer by then. Frigga squeezed his hands. I know this is not an easy choice. I know there are ties here that pull at your heart. But you must understand what is being offered. A place in Asgard, recognition as Loki's heir, protection that no mortal power could challenge. And if I refuse? Frigga was silent for a moment. Then you remain here. A prince in name only, with no official standing in Asgard. Odin's protection would be withdrawn. You would be left to navigate this world on your own terms, with whatever allies you can gather. That sounds like a threat. It is a reality. Her voice was gentle but firm. Odin is not cruel, but he is pragmatic. A prince who refuses his duties is not a prince at all. He will not waste resources protecting someone who has chosen to abandon the realm. Hadrian pulled his hands free and stepped back. His mind was spinning, too many thoughts competing for attention. The golden halls of Asgard, gleaming with power and promise. Daphne's ice, blue eyes, the warmth of her hand in his. Loki's letter folded and reread 100 times since the battle. The weight of the dagger at his hip, bearing his name in Asgardian runes. I need time, he said. To think, to talk to people. Of course. Frigga nodded unsurprised. Take the time you need. But remember, child, some choices cannot be undone. Be certain of what you want before you commit. She kissed his forehead, a blessing and a farewell, and then she was gone. Walking down the corridor toward the main staircase, her silver, gold hair catching the light until she turned a corner and vanished from sight. Daphne appeared at his side a moment later. What was that about? Odin wants me to come home. The words felt strange in his mouth. Permanently, in exchange for official recognition as a prince. Daphne went very still. And what do you want? I don't know. Hadrian leaned against the wall, suddenly exhausted. A month ago, I would have jumped at the chance. Asgard was everything I ever wanted. Power, respect. A place where I belonged. And now? No, I'm not sure belonging is worth the cost. He looked at her, really looked, taking in the sharp intelligence in her eyes and the carefully controlled tension in her shoulders. If I go back to Asgard, I lose everything I've found here, the friends I've made, the person I'm becoming. You. May. You. He reached out and took her hand. These past weeks have been the most confusing, terrifying, painful weeks of my life. But they've also been the most real. For the first time, I feel like I'm actually discovering who I am instead of just being what someone else wants me to be. And who are you? I'm still figuring that out. But I know I don't want to figure it out alone. He squeezed her hand. I know I want you there while I do. Daphne's mask cracked. Just for a moment, just long enough for something soft and vulnerable to show through. That's a lot of pressure to put on a girl you've known for a month. Is it too much? No. She stepped closer, close enough that he could feel the warmth of her body through their robes. It's exactly right. She kissed him. Soft at first, then deeper, her hands coming up to cup his face. He pulled her closer, losing himself in the warmth and the closeness and the simple human comfort of being held by someone who cared. When they finally broke apart, both of them were breathing hard. Whatever you decide, Daphne said, I'll support you, even if it means watching you leave. I'm not leaving. The words came out with a certainty that surprised him. I'm staying. Here, with you. Are you sure? Asgard is. Asgard is my past. This is my future. He rested his forehead against hers. I'm tired of being a piece on someone else's board, Daphne. I'm tired of letting other people define who I am and what I'm supposed to want. For once in my life, I'm going to make a choice that's entirely my own. Odin won't be happy. Odin is never happy. That's rather his defining trait. Daphne laughed, a genuine sound that echoed down the empty corridor. You're impossible. I learned from the best. The tournament resumed. Hadrian competed in the final 2 tasks with a focus and determination that surprised even himself. The maze was a nightmare of dark magic and twisted paths, but he navigated it with the instincts Loki had trained into him. Reading the patterns of chaos and finding the straight lines hidden within them. The final confrontation was supposed to be against the other champions. Instead, it became something else entirely. Voldemort had prepared a trap, a portkey hidden in the tournament cup, designed to transport whoever touched it to a graveyard where the Dark Lord was waiting. But Hadrian had felt the wrongness of the magic before his fingers made contact. He had shouted a warning, thrown himself aside, and watched as one of the other champions vanished instead. Cedric Diggory, a Hufflepuff, 17 years old. He was dead before anyone could reach him. The aftermath was chaos, accusations and recriminations, and the dawning horror that Voldemort had truly returned. Fudge tried to deny it, tried to blame the death on a tragic accident, but there were too many witnesses who had seen the dark mark rising over the maze, too many students who had heard the screaming. The wizarding world was forced to face reality. War was coming. War had already begun. Hadrian attended the memorial service for Cedric. He stood at the back of the Great Hall, watching as Dumbledore spoke about courage and sacrifice and the importance of standing together against darkness. The words felt hollow, empty. Cedric was dead because Hadrian hadn't been fast enough, hadn't seen the trap soon enough, hadn't done enough. Daphne found him afterward, sitting alone by the lake, staring out at the dark water. It wasn't your fault. She sat down beside him, close enough that their shoulders touched. Wasn't it? The trap was meant for me. Voldemort wanted me, not Cedric. If I had been a second slower, a second less paranoid. Then you would be dead instead. Would that be better? No, but it would be fair. Life isn't fair. Daphne's voice was quiet but firm. Bad things happen to good people. The innocent die while the guilty escape. That's not justice, it's just reality. She took his hand. The question isn't whether you could have prevented Cedric's death. The question is what you're going to do now that he's gone. Hadrian was silent for a long moment. The sun was setting over the mountains, painting the sky in shades of red and gold. The lake reflected the colors like a mirror, beautiful and cold and utterly indifferent to human suffering. "I'm going to stop Voldemort," he said finally. "Not because of prophecy or destiny or anything Dumbledore or Odin or anyone else wants. Because he killed a good person for no reason, except to get to me. Because he's going to keep killing until someone stops him. That's not a small undertaking." "I know." He turned to look at her. "Will you help me?" Daphne met his eyes. There was no hesitation in her expression. "It'll be dangerous. I know. We could die. Everyone dies eventually." She squeezed his hand. "I'd rather die fighting for something that matters than live a long, safe, meaningless life." Hadrian felt something shift in his chest. Not the cold rage that had been his constant companion since Cedric's death. Something warmer. Something that felt almost like hope. "Then we start planning. Tonight. We gather allies, build resources, find Voldemort's weaknesses." He stood, pulling her up with him. "Would turn the game back on him. The Prince of Lies, playing the long game." Daphne smiled, sharp and fierce. "Your father would be proud. Maybe. But this isn't about him anymore." Hadrian looked out over the lake one last time. "This is about me. About us. About the future we're going to build." They walked back to the castle together, hand in hand. The letter to Odin went out that night. Hadrian wrote it himself, in careful, formal Asgardian script. He thanked the All-Father for the offer of recognition. He acknowledged the honor of being considered for a place at court. And then, with absolute clarity, he declined. His place was here, he wrote, on Midgard. With the people he had come to care about, and the causes he had chosen to champion. He would always honor his Asgardian heritage, would always consider himself Loki's son. But his future was not in the golden halls of the eternal realm. His future was here, in this messy, complicated, mortal world. He sent a copy to Loki as well, along with a longer letter explaining his reasoning. He didn't know if his father would understand. Didn't know if Loki was even capable of understanding choices made from emotion rather than strategy. But he wanted to try. The response came 3 days later, delivered by one of Odin's ravens. From the All-Father a single sentence. "So be it." From Loki, a package. Inside was a book. Ancient, leather-bound, written in a language that shifted and changed as Hadrian looked at it. The title, when he could read it, said The Art of Shadows. A complete guide to Asgardian illusion magic. And tucked inside the front cover, a note in Loki's familiar handwriting. "You've chosen your path. Walk it well. And remember, the greatest illusion is not what we show others, but what we show ourselves. See clearly, my son. The truth is always there if you know how to look. Your father." Hadrian read the note a dozen times, searching for hidden meanings, double intentions, the subtle manipulations he had come to expect from Loki. He found nothing, just a father's gift to a son. Simple, direct, real. Maybe Loki was changing. Maybe this was just another mask. Maybe it didn't matter. Hadrian closed the book and set it aside. There would be time to study its secrets later. Time to learn the deeper magics his father had never taught him. Time to prepare for the battles ahead. But right now, in this moment, he wanted only one thing: Daphne. He found her in the common room, surrounded by parchment and political treatises. "Come with me. We're the lake. There's something I want to show you." They walked through the quiet castle, past sleeping portraits and silent suits of armor. The night was warm, summer finally arriving after weeks of cold spring rain. Stars scattered across the sky like diamonds on black velvet. At the edge of the lake, Hadrian stopped. "I've been thinking about what happens next," he said. "After school, after the war. Assuming we survive. Optimistic, realistic." He took her hands in his. "I don't know what the future holds. I don't know if we'll win or lose or something in between. But I know one thing with absolute certainty." "What's that?" "I don't want to face it without you." He met her eyes, letting her see everything he felt. The fear and the hope and the desperate, terrifying vulnerability of caring about someone this much. "You showed me who I could be, Daphne. Not a weapon or a pawn or a piece on someone else's board. A person, a partner. Someone who gets to choose his own destiny." "Hadrian, I'm not proposing marriage or making grand declarations. I'm just saying, whatever comes next, I want to face it together, as equals, as allies." He squeezed her hands. "As whatever else we decide to become." Daphne was quiet for a long moment. The moonlight turned her pale features to silver, her blue eyes reflecting the stars. Then she laughed. Not the cold, controlled laugh of the Ice Queen. Something warmer, something real. "You really are impossible," she said. "Oh, is that a yes?" "It's a you couldn't get rid of me if you tried." She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around his neck. "We're in this together, Hadrian Loki. For better or worse. Until the end." He kissed her. It was different from their other kisses. Less desperate. More certain. A promise and a beginning wrapped into one perfect moment. When they finally pulled apart, both of them were smiling. "So?" Daphne said. "What now?" Hadrian looked out over the lake, at the moon rising above the mountains, at the castle standing tall and ancient behind them. He thought about everything that had brought him here: the cupboard under the stairs, the golden halls of Asgard, the training and the lies and the painful journey toward something resembling truth. He thought about Loki, complicated and manipulative, and somehow still his father despite everything. About Odin and Frigga and Thor and all the Asgardians who had shaped him into who he was. About Dumbledore and Voldemort and the war that was coming. About the students who had died and the students who would die and the weight of responsibility that came with power he hadn't asked for. He thought about Daphne, standing beside him, choosing to stay when she could have walked away. "Now," he said, "we start building something new. Not Asgardian, not wizarding, something that belongs to us. A future we create together, one choice at a time." "That sounds like a lot of work." "It will be." He grinned, sudden and fierce. "But I've never been afraid of work. And I've got a very good partner." Daphne matched his grin with one of her own. "The best." They stood together at the edge of the lake, watching the moon rise, planning for a future that was entirely their own. Behind them, the castle of Hogwarts glowed with warm light. Around them, the night was quiet and peaceful. And ahead of them, stretching out into the unknown, lay all the possibilities of a world waiting to be remade. The Prince of Lies had made his choice. The game was just beginning. The letter arrived at Malfoy Manor on a warm evening in late July. Lucius Malfoy opened it with trembling hands, already knowing what it contained. The Dark Lord's summons, the call to war, the price of survival. But the words inside were not what he expected. The boy is more than we anticipated. He has rejected Asgard. He has chosen to stay. This changes everything. Do not approach him. Do not threaten him. Do not give him any reason to turn his attention toward you or your family. We must adapt. We must plan. We must wait. The war has begun, but the outcome is no longer certain. Lord Voldemort, Lucius read the letter 3 times. Then he burned it, watching the parchment curl and blacken in the fireplace. The boy who lived had become something else entirely. Something that even the Dark Lord feared. And somewhere in the back of his mind, a small voice whispered that perhaps, just perhaps, he had chosen the wrong side. Far away in the golden halls of Asgard, Loki sat alone in his chambers. The enchanted mirror lay face down on his desk, unused for weeks. The schemes and plans that had consumed him for so long felt distant now, abstract, like memories of another life. His son had chosen, not Asgard, not power, not the destiny Loki had tried so carefully to shape, love, humanity. A future built on connection rather than conquest. For a long time, Loki simply sat in the darkness, thinking about choices, about the boy he had taken from a cupboard and raised as his own, about the man that boy was becoming, despite everything Loki had tried to teach him. Then, slowly, something that might have been a smile crossed his features. "Well played, my son," he murmured to the empty room. Well played indeed. Perhaps, he thought, there was more than one way to win. And at Hogwarts, in a quiet corner of the Slytherin common room, 2 young people sat together planning the future. Their hands were intertwined. Their voices were low. Their eyes held a fierce determination that had nothing to do with prophecy or destiny or the machinations of gods and dark lords. They were choosing their own path, building their own story, becoming their own heroes, the Prince of Lies and the Ice Queen, together, against the world, and the world, whether it knew it or not, was about to change.